This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:00 p.m. I'm very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to the reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public, and as our guests, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that the disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and at this time, okay, hold on, let me get this ready. You may proceed to vote. Check in. And we do have a quorum. At this time, would you please stand for the invocation and the pledges?
If everyone could please bow your heads, please. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to take this time to say thank you as we near the end of this school year. Although we've had our challenges, thank you, God, for another year towards helping and assisting our community, our students. God, we ask that you place a hedge of protection around our students, our parents, our faculty, our staff, and our community as they travel this summer, and until we come together again, keep us safe, Father, and guide our board members and superintendent as they lead this district in their decision-making and actions. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
The presentation of the United States colors are being led by the Veterans Memorial High School, JROTC, under the direction of Sergeant First Class Karen Hudson. Tonight's color guard is commanded by Cadet Sergeant First Class Heather Ancliffe, U.S. flag, Cadet First Lieutenant Mariana Cruz, Texas flag, Cadet Sergeant Alejandro Villanueva, front guard, and Cadet Sergeant Nathan Mosqueda, rear guard. Our pledge leader this evening is Roman Zertuche, 5th grade student from Woodlake Elementary. Roman is a phenomenal leader, thoughtful, compassionate, helpful, and caring. He was inducted into the National Elementary Honor Society this year, and in addition, he was awarded the Victorious Viking Award that recognizes students who exemplify outstanding leadership, responsibility, and distinguished character. He has earned this distinction for 3 consecutive years. Thank you, Roman, for leading us in the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Order, arms, ready, fight! color guard. Oh! See the colors. Freeze, dead. Ready, face. Freeze, dead. Arm. Order, arm. Ready, face. Forward, march. Forward, march.
You may be seated. I would also like to acknowledge Roman's parents, Miss Bertha and Ricardo Zertucci, who is somewhere out here in the audience. If you'd stand up and give them a round of applause. And one more round of applause to Roman for doing such an outstanding job. Roman, we're going to get a picture of you.
So proud of you. You did an awesome job. Awesome job. We're going to stand here in the middle. These wonderful folks are going to stand behind us, and we're going to smile. Okay? Awesome. Stand right there. Here. And big smile. And 3, 2, 1. And will a dad come up?
Woodlake is very proud of you, and so are we. If our color guard team could come in so we could take a picture, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our color guard from Veterans Memorial High School. If we could give them one more round of applause for the amazing work that they do. We are very excited to have lots of recognitions this evening as we are gearing towards the end of this school year. It is super important to come back to the reason why we are here, and it is about student and staff success. So we have several recognitions this evening, and we are going to start with Wagner High School. We are recognizing today the Wagner High School bowling team. They are led by Coach Blakey. This is a pretty successful bowling team. They have made it to the state competition for 4 years, but this is the first time they've been recognized here at our board meeting. They placed 14th in the state. And so when I mentioned that they placed 14th in the state, that's over 300 teams in the entire state of Texas that they competed against to make it there. We are extremely proud of this team. And I would also like to recognize Trinity Blakey. She's the captain of the bowling team. She is also an individual state qualifier, finishing 18th place overall. Other team members on this fantastic bowling team: Ariel Burley, Zoe Morales, Elizabeth Eldred. And those who could not be here, Brianna Johnson, Sierra Scott, and Courtney Toppin. And I would also like to thank the parents that also volunteer to help with this group of individuals that support our Wagner High School bowling team. Thank you.
I had to add this.
All right. No. And they are actually headed to a bowling league game right as we speak. Good luck, team. Another recognition from Wagner High School. When I say girl power, I mean girl power. And I mean powerlifting state tournament qualifier, Ms. Elisa Butler from Wagner High School. She is accompanied by Coach Frank Gonzalez. This strong young lady was able to lift a total of 905 pounds, placing overall in the regional championships, advancing her to state. And when she got to the state tournament, the total that she lifted was 945 pounds, where she placed 7th overall in the state of Texas. This is the first year of the powerlifting program, and when I tell you this young lady is incredible, I asked her, why did you get into it? And she said, I just wanted to get a little bit stronger for shot put, and then she ended up loving it, and then continued on and continued on. You truly exemplify what it means to stick with a goal and to do what it is that you know you can do. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And now we are recognizing just a few people from Judson High School. We've got an amazing group of young ladies that are walking in right as we speak. This is your girls' track and field relay state qualifiers for the 4x200 meter. They are led by Coach Holland, Coach Gonzalez, Coach Alexander, and Coach Logan. Your team that you see in front of you is Asia Williams, Alexis Jesse, Rejane Petit, Aaliyah Henderson, and who could not be here this evening, Darenicia Taylor. These ladies worked really hard to make it to the state. I know there are a couple of seniors on the team as well, so if you could wave at us so that we can wish you well. We are extremely proud of the hard work and the grit and what you put in each and every day to make it to where you were, and we are looking forward to your continued success on and off of the track. Thank you, ladies. Next up from Judson High School, we have our boys track and field team coming in. They are led by Coach Noyola, Coach Call, Coach Wagner, and Coach Green. This group of young gentlemen are your regional champions. And they continued on to the state tournament, yielding many great results. I will just name a few of them, but first let me introduce the team before you. DeMarco Escobar, Santos Flores, Anthony Evans, Jeremiah Jones, Miles Davis, Jaden Castillo, and Josiah Harris. And Jeffrey Bondock. The relay team, the 4x400, finished in 5th place with a time of 3 minutes 15.97 seconds. Boys 4x200 meter finished 5th place with a time of 1 minute 25.75 seconds. Anthony Evans finished 3rd in the 200 meter with a time of 21.1. DeMarco Escobar finished 3rd in the 400 meter with a time of 46.49. Santos Flores finished 9th in the 800 meter with a time of 1:57. Gentlemen, you put in a lot of hard work and commitment and dedication on the track, in school, to get to where you are. And we are very proud of your accomplishments, and we wish you continued success. Are there any seniors? Texas A&M. Congratulations, students and coaches. Thank you. We've got another special recognition from Judson High School, Leo Cruz. Leo Cruz is a diver for Judson High School. He is accompanied by Coach Murphy. But not only is Leo our Judson High School diver, he is our first male diver of Judson ISD. In order to be able to make it to this high level of competition as a diver, he traveled with his coach to practice off-site to a different natatorium to make sure that he got in and put in the work that he needed to excel, to make it as a first place diver at the 1 meter. He represented Judson ISD in the 1 meter 6 dives category and in the 1 meter 11 dives category, and where he was able to move to the regionals. And he is the only one to do this in Judson ISD, and he has set this record for others to follow. Congratulations, Leo. Thank you so much. And now we've got some recognitions coming from Veterans Memorial High School. I would like to introduce Mia Trujillo and her coach, Coach Emerson Allen. Mia is our district champion for ladies wrestling. She is also a regional placer and a state qualifier. She is strong on the mat, and she is also strong in the brain. She is working very, very hard. We are so proud of you, Mia. I know you're going off to do bigger and better things really soon. Tell us where you're going. Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. But you are going to move on to bigger and better things. Yeah, you're going to veterans to continue to represent us as our wrestler. We are super proud of you. I will also say that she is one of the first females from Veterans Memorial High School to qualify for a state tournament and recognition in the history of Veterans Memorial High School. Thank you so much, Mia. Thank you. And another young lady from Veterans Memorial High School, Callie Morrison. Callie Morrison has participated in our girls' track and field program. Her coach is Coach Janelle Mulkey. Callie is our district area regional 200-meter champion, and she placed 8th overall in the state tournament. Callie is our other female from Veterans Memorial High School to qualify for a state tournament in the history of Veterans Memorial High School. Callie, we're extremely proud of you, all of the work that you've done on and off of the track in your endeavors, in academics, and on the field, and we wish you so much more luck in the future, in your future endeavors. Congratulations, Callie. Oh, more. And we're not done. There are more things to celebrate this evening. We are really, really excited to be able to recognize a couple of individuals that are a very integral part of our district. And these are two people that work in our transportation department. Bus drivers are an essential part of our school system. We rely on them to transport our most precious cargo to and from school, and they are the first positive interaction that our students receive when they get on the bus. Our transportation department, the whole team, they get together and they nominate their colleagues to recognize the bus driver of the year and the assistant bus driver of the year. And we are honored to be able to recognize these two individuals this evening. The bus driver of the year is Jose Perez. And our bus driver assistant of the year is Jeanette Smallwood. I'd like to just read a little something about both of these individuals who contribute so much not only to the transportation department team, but to our district, but most importantly, what they contribute to our students and families. Jose Perez, aka Joe, has been working at the Judson Independent School District for 11 years. During this time, he has maintained an outstanding driving record, respectful relationships with his coworkers, and a delightful working connection with school staff, parents, and students. In addition to transporting our students, Joe has worked on the wash crew, cosmetic crew, and assisted with video collections. His willingness to assist with additional duties has kept the Judson ISD bus fleet advancing. From painting parking lot lines, installing bus seats, and arranging bus stop barriers, there is no job too large or small for him to tackle. One of his most noteworthy events was food distribution during the onset of COVID. Joe, along with a team of others, were responsible for meal delivery to students and their families during the very beginning. His willingness to ensure these families were fed went beyond his responsibility as a bus driver and reflected upon his character. For the last 2 years, Joe has learned and maintained the transportation onboard routing system for over 100 vehicles. With no formal school training, Joe has learned how to navigate the system through troubleshooting, phone calls with technicians, and emailing instructions. His relentless passion to see it all working properly has kept transportation afloat. His commitment to the department is to be commended. And a few words about Ms. Smallwood. Jeanette Smallwood has been working at Judson Independent School District for 5 years. During this time, she has maintained a professional demeanor that embodies our motto, driven by excellence. Her knowledge, confidence, and attention to detail have provided her students with exceptional care, great service, and consistent compassion. Mrs. Smallwood selflessly gives and goes beyond her daily duties, purchasing shoes and clothing for a child whose grandmother was in between jobs. She also noticed one of her students living in a group home had no winter clothes. She bought long-sleeve shirts, a coat, hat, and gloves for that student. In addition, she gives the students Christmas gifts, a decorated bus on special holidays, and when needed, purchases calming tools to help with student behavior. Mrs. Smallwood has the respect of her peers and is extremely knowledgeable. She is often used in the training process of new bus assistants. She displays a calmness that is apparent during crisis and when speaking with parents and campus staff. She is clear and concise. In addition to her faith, guiding her steps and actions are these 2 principles. Leave a place better than you found it. And if there is a piano to be moved, don't grab the bench. Bless you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hang in there. We've got another group of students that are exceptional that we are going to recognize next. And these are our students that have competed in the Skills USA Championships. The Skills USA Championships are career competition events showcasing the best career and technical education students in the nation. Contests begin locally and continue through the state and national levels. Skills USA is a partnership of students, teachers, and industry working together to ensure America has a skilled workforce. They help each student excel. And we have several state and national qualifiers that we would like to recognize this evening. First, from Kirby Middle School, led by Mr. De La Torre, we have Skills USA Automotive Tool Identification, which is the contest that we are recognizing this evening. In Skills USA Automotive Tool Identification, we have Abraham Palomo, first place, and Sebastian De La Torre, third place. In the group project Bottle Cap Table, first place, we have Adrian Lopez, Sebastian De La Torre, and Alex Rodriguez. And in group project Penny Table, first place, Abraham Palomo, Elijah Escalante, and Brandon Zaharias. This is an incredible recognition and shows all of the hard work that our middle school students are doing with Skills USA and our career and technical education program. Thank you for all of your hard work. Awesome. From Veterans Memorial High School, Mr. Bailey is escorting Mr. Eli Rosen, who is a Skills USA national qualifier. First place. Eli? Eli competed in the Technical Computer Applications Contest and was a national qualifier and placed first in this contest. Eli told me he also has a lot of other certifications in this CTE program. He says that this particular contest was a lot about the Microsoft programs and computer technology. And so I asked him if I needed help with my pivot tables in Excel, if I could call him. And he said yes. Eli, thank you so much for your hard work. Definitely something that it takes a lot of skill and concentration, and we appreciate what you do and how you represent our district. Thank you. Congratulations. And our final recognition this evening comes from Wagner High School. Miss Phoenix Craig. Miss Phoenix Craig is accompanied by Miss Mendieta from Wagner High School. She also competed in this contest, the Texas Technology Student Association State Competition, and received the honor of first place. She received the honor of first place for her hot rod CO2 dragster. And she's got the medals around her neck to prove it. We are so excited about the work that you do. I know that Ms. Mendieta is excited to continue the work with this program. This is actually her first year at Wagner High School, and she has big hopes for the future of this program. Thank you so much, Phoenix, for all of your hard work, and congratulations. And that concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of those students. You did a great job. At this time, this is our time for the public to address the board. We have several, and we will start with Sylvia Gee, raise and pay scale review. Sylvia Gee. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Ball and board members. Good evening, Dr. Ball and board members. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. Thank you. My name is Sylvia G., and I've been driving a school bus for 27 years, 13 which have been with Judson ISD. I love what I do. pretty much everyone that works in this field loves what they do. We're here for, we get to work when it's dark, and most of the time we get home when it's dark. I come to the board tonight to plead with the district to look at the years of experience table and to consider adjusting your veteran drivers' pay. Judson continues to raise starting pay for new drivers, but it does not look at their veteran drivers or their veteran monitors or assistants, as they're now called. With inflation at 10.25 now, I and myself and most of the employees can no longer afford to survive unless I have to work a second job. We're asking for you to really go over and look at our, at the pay scale and adjust it. It needs to be adjusted yearly. Once we raise new employees their starting pay, then that has to be adjusted, because I personally, with 27 years, make $19.77 an hour, which is still way below poverty level, because we are not guaranteed, more than 6 hours a day. And unfortunately, being short-staffed, and the whole district is short-staffed, we are not, we work way more than 6 hours a day. So the reason we are here is please look at the pay scale and try to adjust it to a fair rate, especially for our veteran drivers and veteran assistants, and of course we want new employees to come into the district, but please do not forget the ones that have been here and working and showing up every day.
Thank you, Ms. Gee.
Thank you.
Yolanda Jones. Salary increases for staff members.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Ball. I'm Yolanda Jones. I'm a teacher at Kirby Middle School. I'm also asking you to consider giving a stipend or looking at the pay scale of veteran staff members for their years of service. For example, currently a tenured teacher only makes approximately $20.95 more than a starting teacher, and head custodians with experience are making anywhere from approximately 50 cents to $2 more than a new custodian with no experience. In both of these situations, the experienced staff member is there to help nurture, grow, support, encourage, and welcome the new staff members. We not only teach students, but we teach and monitor the new staff members. When that first-year teacher is in survival mode, we're the ones to hold their hands and remind them of their why. We remind them that tomorrow is another day. And together, we got this. We deserve to be respected and given a stipend or looked at the pay scale for being in the forefront. Please don't forget us and our everlasting service to JISD.
Thank you. Carmina Fusco.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I've been a Judson parent for over 12 years. I am enjoying the new board format. I love the information presented out by the board and the committees, especially the questions and answers that come later. The last Growth and Planning Committee meeting I was able to attend was on April 25th at Wagner. There was a presentation on the growth of the district and the anticipated future student population. The data was impressive. Now that you have this information, what are you going to do with it? At the end of the presentation, a video tour of the track at Wagner was presented. It was down to one usable lane. A dialogue began with many questions from the audience, me included. In my humble opinion, from the information presented, it was not constructed correctly to begin with the subsequent repair that did not last very long. The failure of the bond to pass was also discussed. Data from previous meetings showed a breakdown of vote results by age group and zip codes, and I noticed that a low percentage of individuals with school-aged children voted. Why didn't they vote for a bond that would improve their very schools, the schools their very children go to? Why is the focus of the district reaching out to zip codes which did vote but voted no for the bond? These individuals are likely primarily retired with no school-aged children. Why are we waiting for a bond to pass to fix items that may cause an immediate physical risk to our students and others? I believe that there are many items that were listed on the bond package that require attention, regardless of whether a bond passes. Separate topic. District public meetings are recorded and uploaded for all to review. Over the course of maybe a 10-day window, I noticed that the April 25th recording was uploaded and accurately portrayed the meeting. That recording was removed. Another recording was uploaded but was edited and no longer accurately portrayed the meeting. That recording was removed. A third recording was uploaded, and I can honestly say at this point, I don't know if it accurately portrays the meeting. Dr. Ball and board members, is it commonplace to edit the recordings? Is this the first time this has happened, or is it just the first time I noticed it? I hope you can appreciate how something like this can erode the trust of the community, the very individuals that you want to come out and support these bonds. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ball and board members. I could say my name, but you already know me. We are Ali custodians with Judson ISD and a proud members of Judson ISD. We, the staff member of Judson, know all the work and effort that go into to make a decision. But once again, we are here to ask you to take into the account the work for the lead custodians and all the responsibilities that we also have. We have a loyal employees for the district for many, many years. We love our school staff and our students. After mentions all this, we humbly ask you to consider giving us a different type of raise. One that actually reflects the all work and extra responsibilities that we have. Sometimes that makes us feel like our hard work and loyalty to the district is evaluate. Please do not degrade us. Thank you.
Nicole Cano. Did I say that right, Cano? Cano.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ball and school board members. My name is Nicole Cano, and I am a parent and an academic coach at Olympia Elementary School. I have been at Olympia for 17 of my 20 years at the district, and I can't imagine working anywhere else. My oldest child attended elementary at Olympia, and my youngest is currently in 3rd grade. I am speaking to you today as a parent in regard to the fine arts proposal that will be presented to you later this evening. As a parent of a dyslexic student, fine arts is a much-needed outlet for students who struggle academically. My oldest daughter went through her elementary career struggling with reading and dreading school daily. What she most often went to as an escape from her schoolwork was drawing. Through her elementary school career, art was not an option. To foster her love for art and to build her self-confidence, I enrolled her in the Art Stars program outside of the school day. She often asked why we didn't have art in our school, and I always had to explain to her that it just wasn't a priority at our schools. It was very heartbreaking to see my child, who wanted to have something to look forward to at school, be disappointed with the answer. It was disheartening to see something that she was good at not be part of her day at school. This is why it is so important that you vote yes for the Fine Arts program at Olympia. A fine arts program supports not only students who struggle academically, but help all students build confidence, self-understanding, and support multiple intelligence. The program will help to bridge these less addressed intelligence, such as kinesthetic learners who can be reached through performance, the musical learner who can be reached through singing or playing of instruments and also through performance. Studies have shown that schools with art programs make gains in core content areas such as math and reading. With the implementation of the Fine Arts program, the arts can be incorporated in all content areas and can help those low-achieving students retain more knowledge as well as access different parts of their brain. The arts are just as important as academics in developing the whole child, and should be treated that way. I hope that you vote yes to the Olympia Fine Arts proposal. Thank you for your time.
Ed Patch. Olympia Fine Arts proposal.
You guys have a bowling team? Wow. You know, I just never had that. Dr. Ball, members of the board, my name's Ed Patch. I've been a UC resident for well over 30 years. I've had 2 children that have gone to JISD, starting at Olympia, going to Judson High, and I've got currently 3 grandchildren. One is currently, well, they've all gone to Olympia, but one is in Olympia at the moment. She's in 3rd grade. So why am I here? I'm here to support this fine arts program. Why do I support it? I've seen through my children and my grandchildren that when they have fun going to school, they want to go to school. And then they don't sit there and argue about doing homework. A lot of times, some of that homework that they're doing is fun, but the fine arts program will instill in them a little bit more creativity, and I think that's what I'm really looking for. I have a 13-year-old that's at Kitty Hawk right now. She loves art, and when I asked her what she thought about Judson doing art, Olympia doing art, she was kind of excited and kind of upset. She was upset because she didn't get that when she went there. She did have choir, and then choir kind of went away, and the focus was more on instruments, and there was some singing, and she really liked that. and she's trying to do that when she's at Kitty Hawk right now, but those classes fill up pretty fast. So she's having a difficult time with that. And I'm still trying to get her to go to school because it's not fun for her. Now, my third grade child, she loves going to school. She's a bit of a nerd, though. And so she still likes to draw, and she loves to sing. I give her a hard time about her singing. Because of the music that they listen to nowadays is not really what I listen to, although I'm coming around. But I think that if we were to do something like that, that you'd have children that want to go to school, that are more willing to learn to do things at school, to keep this program going. And I really hope that you consider it and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stephanie Miller, pay raise and pay scale.
My name is Stephanie Miller. I know a lot of you have seen me and my colleagues a lot lately. I have been working for a bus assistant for 10 years now. Oh. Can you hear me now? Okay. A lot of us are shy, apparently. From attending these meetings, I have realized my colleagues, teachers, custodians, you guys, and other members of the district want the same thing. And there's a couple issues, the pay raise and the pay scale, that we are concerned about. I believe a 9% pay raise will help keep employees, even the ones previously mentioned in the departments. Your compensation option shows a 6% increase that poises to pass, which is labeled as compensation option 11. Along with that 6% increase, or that 6% is an ESSER incentive of $1,000 that most of us will earn for full-time employees. However, you offer that for only 3 years, which afterwards will depend on if you receive the funds again. These meetings have demonstrated your initiative to help and put money in our pockets, which we appreciate. However, we are thinking long-term options. With inflation continuing to be on the rise, gas is currently at an all-time high. Some of us have to decide to either pay rent this month or buy groceries. We represent Judson on and off the clock. So when we go to the food bank to pick up food, go donate plasma, or even pawn their personal belongings for our families to survive, we are showing the community that we are strong. Although the incentive is temporary helping, it does not last. When you are playing catch up on past due bills that occurred during inflation or having so many unpaid holidays off. Long-term help will be fixing the pay scale. A new employee should not be coming in making 2 cents, 50 cents less, or even a whole dollar more than people that have been here 10 to 20 years. We understand new driver positions are opening up. Those who are driving the small buses should get some type of incentive for taking on the extra responsibility, but not more than 10 years of service employees. These are our pay scales right here that we have, that we made for y'all. And we would be more than happy to pass them out to y'all, if y'all would like. It would tell you, you tell us you appreciate us and how we are important, but we aren't shown that. If you look at these charts, both the drivers and the assistants show a 3% increase on each of them, and every other year on the other one. If you implement a table like this, it would be a huge difference in keeping us. We have 16 employees that would need a separation increase per, I'm going to call him Mr. G, but the Director of Human Resources. So please think about this, because it will keep your employees, it would help us through the struggling times that we have been through, not just recently, but for years that we have been here struggling and still putting up with it. We are a family at Judson. We stand together. We want to stay. We want to be a community that we are. We worked during COVID and we stayed, and we are considered essential workers. We're just asking to live and to please consider implementing the step increase table immediately. Thank you.
Ms. Miller, please leave your information with Mrs. Holmes.
We
Thank
have
you,
enough for
ma'am.
all of y'all. You're welcome.
Okay, I'm not going to try this first name. It's Miss Garcia. Counseling and counselor lessons.
Hi, I am here today. Can y'all hear me just fine? Well, I would like to talk about some of the things. I am a 7th grade student, and I have noticed that a lot of the school clubs and organizations are not well descripted, and a lot of the students are not aware that they're there and they're available for students to join. And there's also like a lot of sexism, racism, and other things going amongst students. And I was thinking that maybe more counseling lessons could be done at the beginning of semesters or something to inform the students. And then there's also that teachers, after school tutoring, it's also at my school, there's like, it's not as much interaction in teaching, it's more of you go, you finish work for a short period of time, and then you go home. So I was just thinking that maybe there could be a change to that.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Marley Scott.
Hi, I'm a 7th grade student at Kitty Hawk Middle School, and I'm here to start a separate disciplinary system and to start statements and reports online due to separate incidents where they lost and or thrown out reports. I have 3 different people who have experienced sexual harassment, and nothing has been done, and it continues to happen every day. I've reported an incident with a boy at my school, and they told me that I couldn't report him because of the fact that he had autism. He continues to do this every day, and it's very hard to continue the day during this, and nothing has been done. Bullying and racism has also run rampant in the school by teachers and students saying comments about many different people. Separate teachers are known throughout the school for sexually harassing students, and nothing has been done about it. They haven't been fired, put on leave, and it continues to happen to many of my friends at school, and it is not okay. We have put together many things to get these teachers and some students reported, and we follow up with the principal about it sometimes, and they say there are no records of statements or anything. I would like to change that and have it either be online or in a separate filing system so this gets done. It is not okay to have all these kids be harassed over and over again. It has gotten to the point where the whole year has passed and people can't take more of it. Some kids have stated sexist comments, and I quote, "We should have never given women rights." This is unacceptable, and I think that there should be a separate session for specifically the whole school to know that it is unacceptable. We should have a discipline system that actually gets things done. It is not okay for women or children to be treated like this. I ask you to please consider these changes to our school and the district, because kids they can't take it anymore. It's unacceptable.
Thank you, Marley. Marley and Miss Garcia, that took a lot of courage and bravery for you to come and speak to us. Thank you very much. Amanda Fields.
Good evening. I'd like the opportunity tonight to make a compelling argument for Olympia Elementary to become a fine arts campus. My name is Amanda Fields, and not only am I the mother of 2 unicorns, but I'm also a full-time crisis sub at the school. A fine arts campus has the potential to improve the lives of students, staff, and the community. There has been much research done indicating that the arts build confidence and instill focus, opening the door for future leadership roles. It develops academic skill and aids in the visual learning, improves motor skills, turning out a more focused and resilient student. It ingrains teamwork and a sense of belonging, and most importantly, it teaches accountability. It encourages staff to bond with students and parents through a creative medium, building mutual respect. My final point is that a desirable school program means a desirable school district. A fine arts campus will mean an increase in home values, additional revenue streams for the community, increase in community outreach programs. Fine arts tend to muster volunteerism, altruism, and monetary donations. It's well known that the arts generate much interest, making Olympia Elementary a sought-after campus and giving it a competitive edge over charter schools. Which brings me full circle to how beneficial this will be for our students, staff, and the community. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope you'll choose to make the Unicorns a Fine Arts campus.
Our last speaker of the evening is Bruce Proctor, CRT.
Good evening, Dr. Bond. Good evening, board, and thank you for this opportunity to come and speak. I was very impressed that you opened with prayer and ended with, in Jesus' name. I'm a believer in Christ, and so this is one of the reasons why I'm here. I've gone to other school boards and commented on CRT, or critical race theory, as it's known, and I'm happy to hear that you don't teach it here or don't implement it in your curriculum, as I was told. That means you also don't put in social emotional learning, or SEL as it is called. So anyway, I just want to say why I don't believe critical race theory should be implemented in the public school curriculums. And I'm just going to read what I have here and go as quickly as I can. CRT is a worldview that is rooted in Marxist ideology, which is antithetical to a constitutional republic and therefore is un-American. I'm a veteran. I love my country. I love the Constitution. Anything that goes against that, any ideology that goes against that, I have to be against. In the military, I had to fight enemies. And so when there's an ideology that goes against our Constitution, our country, then of course I must stand up and at least voice my opposition to it. I'm not an angry person. I'm not a violent person. I believe in being civil, but certainly I have to speak up when something goes against my country. Yet students are taught that CRT is something to accept and is beneficial for America. And this is certainly not true, and we can see the evidence of that all around. CRT wrongly assumes that all white people are bigots who oppress all non-whites by advocating white supremacy and implementing systematic bigotry. I'm just leaving the word racism out because I believe it's overused and unfairly so. But anyway, they believe that systematic bigotry is being implemented in all facets of all American life or in every area of America. The term systematic racism is variously defined and not clearly substantiated. If it means oppressing black people, then why are there so many successful black politicians, educators, doctors, lawyers, police chiefs, entertainers, athletes, businessmen, so forth, and myself, who grew up in the hood in Dallas, Texas, and in Watts. I lived in Watts during the riots back in 1965. I grew up in an area where I should have been a gangbanger or whatever, but that's not the case. So, ironically, there are many black communities and neighborhoods in America that are disadvantaged while under powerful political black leadership. Furthermore, CRT promotes victimology, especially among black people, to constantly instill victimology in young blacks is oppressing them as well as even other ethnic groups, and it is imposing on them a low self-esteem. And it gives them no motivation to progress but to maintain a low status of themselves in life, and in many cases blame others, especially white people, for their plight, and that is dead wrong. When I was in graduate school, I told my friends that no one controls me but God. No one but God controls me.
Mr.
So
Proctor, your time is up, sir.
I
I'm
didn't
so
know I had
sorry.
the time limit. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Listen.
3
Okay,
minutes.
I'm sorry. Thank you for your...
Thank you, Mr.
listening.
Proctor.
Thank you.
At this time, the nominations for Judson ISD Board leadership, President, Vice President, and Secretary, the nominations are now in order for the office of the President. Is there a nomination
I nominate Jennifer Rodriguez as Board President.
for the office of the President?
Second it. I know.
You do not have to second nominations for electing board. Are there further nominations for the office of President? At this time, let me switch this. You may pardon me? Okay. You may proceed to vote for the name Jennifer Rodriguez for office of President. Vote passes unanimously. Congratulations, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you.
The nominations are in order for the office of Vice President. Are there any nominations for the office of Vice President?
I nominate Shatanya King.
Are there any further nominations for the office of Vice President?
I'd like to nominate Mr. Ralph Diaz.
Are there any further nominations for the office of Vice President? We'll take both of these individually. You may proceed to vote for Shatanya King. That vote does not pass. You may vote for Rafa Diaz. That vote passes. Congratulations, Mr. Diaz. Lastly, we have the nominations that are now in order for the office of Secretary. Are there nominations for the office of Secretary? And I would like to nominate Ms. Suzanne Canoyer.
I'd like to nominate Deborah Eaton as Board Secretary.
Okay. I was going to ask if there were any further. All right. At this time, you may please make your nomination for Suzanne Canoyer, if that is your choice. That motion does not pass. And now you may vote for Deborah Eaton. That motion passes 5-2 for Deborah Eaton. Congratulations, Miss Eaton.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to take like a 5-minute break so we can reorganize, please. Because it would be part of the minutes that, yes, the records that need to be turned in to Ms. Holmes. Okay. You may.
Huh?
Oh.
I guess. I've never been handed that thing before. I've never put anything in it. So ask Betty. The nominations records are... Okay.
Everybody make sure you take your voting.
Hey, Coach. To Ms. Rodriguez? Oh, Ms. Rodriguez is okay. You're welcome.
Very cold.
We're going to resume the meeting. Yes. The time is 7:17, and we're going to go back into our session.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Oh, sorry. Okay, the time is 7:17, and we're going to go back into our session. So we will begin with the, Dr. Ball has asked permission to say some words.
Yes. Madam President, I would like to say a thank you to our former officers, and on behalf of Judson ISD, we have a little something that we would like to thank them.
Michelle, thank you so much.
Your hard work as secretary, now president.
Thank you.
We also know that this is going to be a lot of hard work, so one for our new person. Yes, our new vice. Our new vice president. And here's one for you. Thank you. Thank you very much for serving.
All right, we'll begin with our consideration of consent items. I'm going to read each item, and if a board member would like to pull it, they should let me know. Item 5A, consider and take action regarding approving board minutes from the regular meeting held on April 21st and the special meeting held on May 10th, 2022. Item 5B, consider and take action regarding approving monthly financial information as of March 31st, 2022. Item 5C, consider and take action regarding approving cash investment report for all funds as of March 31st, 2022. Item 5D, consider and take action regarding approving amendment to the budget for the 2022 fiscal year. Item 5E, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000.
Pull.
Mr. Macias is pulling item 5E. Item 5F, consider and take action regarding approving the ranking for a request for proposal 22-10 Child Nutrition Department Complete Food Safety and Sanitation Program. Consider and take oh, sorry, I was covering that. That was item 5F. Item 5G, consider and take action regarding approving the instructional materials allotment, IMA, and TEAC certification for the 2022-2023 school year. Item 5H, consider and take action regarding approving DK local and DBA local policies to execute the District of Innovation Plan amendment.
Pull.
Pulling 5H. Item 5I, consider and take action regarding approving an amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding between the Judson ISD and Judson Education Foundation. Item 5J, consider and take action regarding approving the blended learning redesign blueprints and assurance performance agreements for Park Village Elementary and Metzger Middle School.
Pull.
Okay, so we will be voting on 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5F, 5G, and 5I. Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept all
Those.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been given and seconded. We can proceed to vote. Motion passes unanimously. All right, we'll proceed to item 5E. Mr. Macias, I believe you wanted to discuss this.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Ball, just a mental note. I can't pull my board book up on my iPad, so I know I had questions regarding this particular item that I could see on my desktop and laptop, but for some reason, just a reminder that we need to take a look at this. Well, my questions in terms of that, thank you, Mr. Canoyer, is there are several items for consideration. The one that grabbed my attention, thank you, it reminds me, the one that grabbed my attention was the one for the 39 flat screen TVs, I think interactive. I think it's similar to a purchase that we made a couple of months ago for $1 million. This one is far less, but we're acquiring 39 of them, and it's from a different funding source. Do you see that item?
I'm looking for it right now. Yes, I see it now.
And what is the funding source?
It's a grant. It says T-class grant.
So that's good. Grants are always good. So is that going to diminish the purchase for the previous item, or is this going to be in addition to?
In addition to.
Okay. Yeah. So is it the same thing we did purchase, so that I understand that acquisition?
You're asking if it's the exact same product?
Yeah.
I would have to ask Ms. Gauchis if it is. Let's see.
They are for the exact same product. The difference in the purchases is the original purchase was for general education and for the ESL program. This purchase is specifically related to the blending learning grant for Park Village Elementary and Metzger Middle School that the Office of Innovation is heading up. So this is part of the classroom setups for the blended learning model that they are implementing.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
Does anyone else have questions? All right, then do I have a motion on this item?
Madam President, I move that we accept the item 5E as read.
Okay. Second. Thank you. We'll proceed to vote. Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. We'll move on to item 5H. Mr. Macias, I believe you also pulled this one.
That is correct. This is the policy adjustment that we're approving. Is this a first reading?
Well, sir, yes, it would be the first reading, but what this is, last month, the board approved the implementation of that amendment. So it's just now that we didn't bring the policies, we weren't sure if the board was going to approve it. So now it's just a follow-up formally.
Yeah, it seems that way, because I know we did approve this is for the innovation for non-certified teachers.
Correct.
Correct. The only question I had is that the umbrella of District of Innovation is good until next year, and we have to kind of reevaluate that next year. But do we need, or should we put in this policy that it's only good until 2023?
I do believe it says that. I could go back and look if you give me a second.
I didn't see that, but again.
And I don't know if Ceci will remind me if it said that or not.
It does state that it goes to the district.
Yeah, I know.
Therefore, once that expires, this expires.
Well, my concern obviously would be is if we decide to become a District of Innovation again without a cap on this, we could just continue on with it. That would be my concern. So just, if we can't legally, then good, because what I'd like to do is examine this whole process of non-certified teachers for next year and not have this go by the board because it's in our policy already.
Right. No, as we had discussed last month, we plan to bring you the data and the information to see if we had a good return on that investment.
Okay. All right. Then thank you.
Any further discussion? Can I get a motion?
Madam President, I move that we accept item 5H as read.
Okay, the motion has been given and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Motion passes 7-0. We'll move on to item 5J. I think
Thank
you
you.
pulled this one
Yes,
too.
yes. I don't know who else would have pulled it, but my quick question on this, Dr. Ball, is just remind me of the evaluation measures for this program, and remind me again how long it's going to be.
Sure. And just a quick reminder also, this is the two presentations that were done last month. So I'm just going to ask Ms. Davis if she will refresh our memories on those two specific components.
Yes, ma'am. TEA has a specific measure called the FIT, which is a performance improvement tracking data tool. And so there are certain goals that occur yearly and actually occur quarterly. And so this has been our first year. The first year is the redesign. The next 2 years are the implementation phase for a total of 3 years of monetary support and support from in-kind services such as technical assistance. So the FIT does look at student performance, that it aligns with the goals of the district as well. And so I can share the FIT tracking tool with you all if you would like.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out if the board will receive a report on how that progress is going.
Absolutely.
Sorry. Just this week, we worked with Patricia in regards to the monitoring calendar that will be provided to the board. So we are working on that and going to be finalizing that. So then the board will know a whole year in advance of the reports that we will be bringing.
All right, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Would somebody like to make a motion?
I move we approve the blended redesign as presented.
Second.
All right, we can proceed to vote. Motion passes 7-0. We'll move on to discussion and consideration of action items. Item 6A, consider and take possible action regarding approval of a gas easement and right-of-way for the city public service on Judson ISD property at Horizon Point subdivision.
Madam President and Board, this is an item that we normally bring. It's to approve that gas easement, and we'd be ready to answer any questions the board might have on this.
Does anybody have any questions? Would somebody like to make a motion?
Motion to approve 6A, consider taking action and approving the gas easement and right-of-way for city public service on Judson ISD's property.
I second that motion.
We'll proceed to vote. Motion passes 7-0. We'll move on to item 6B. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of a change order for the Wagner Welding Shop addition, which will add 1 classroom IDF, tool storage, and office to the scope of the project.
Madam President and Board, some of you might have seen out in Wagner, you've seen some of the construction that's going on there, and we've had overwhelming numbers for that CTE class, so that is a great project to have and a great thing to have. So what this change order does is adds the classroom, the IDF, the tool storage, and the office space. So we'd answer any questions that the board might have.
Is there any discussion? Okay.
Motion to approve 6B as presented.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded. We will proceed to vote. Motion passes 7-0. We'll move on to item 6C. consider and take possible action regarding approval of the 2022-2023 Judson ISD Board and Superintendent constraints.
Madam President and Board, we've been working with Patricia Ariventis for several months now and have been discussing having board constraints and superintendent constraints. These were provided for you to preview ahead of time. These are the items that we've been discussing that go along with the expectations of the board and of the superintendent. So I would certainly answer any questions to the documents that were attached.
Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Thank you. I just want for the record appreciated the deep discussions we had in terms of this particular item and the process that we went through. It was a very thorough process. And I love 99% of this plan. There's just 1%, and I'm going to support it, but I just want my community to understand what that 1% is, because I will obviously hold the administration and myself accountable for that. But my concern has always been about the aspirational goals of grade level attainment. And I know that we've shored them up in third grade, but seventh grade level attainment is still, we still need some work on there. I think the way we have it labeled is we hope 55% of our students in 5 years approach grade level and rather than meet grade level. And so that's the 1% that I'm uncomfortable with about this entire plan. But I'm willing to support it because, again, it is a solid effort. But Dr. Ball, I did want to know specifically what we can do as a board and working with our facilitator, Patricia, on reevaluating this 5-year goal much earlier than 5 years from now. And granted, I know you'll come back with real data to see where we are, but I just want to put that out there so that I know we're thinking along the same lines of reevaluating.
Yes, sir, and we are. And what we had shared with Patricia is that as soon as this summer, when we get those scores, we will look at that, see where we're at, and see what we need to change and adjust. So we want this to be a fluid document that as we continue to get data and more updated information, that we work towards meeting higher goals of achievement for our students.
And it's funny because I know that that's our goal, and I know that's all our goal, but to put it in writing, it says that to the people who may read it on the outside, this is our objective. Our objective is bigger than where we are. So thank you for that, and look forward to working with administration to make sure that, and my colleagues, that we can obtain more aspirational goals as we go forward.
Right, and we look forward to working with the board because we're one team that wants the same thing of our students to be successful.
Sure. Thank you.
Madam President.
Oh, go ahead. Yes.
I would just like to respond by letting all of our people know that we did go through the SMART goal process, and SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And what we looked at is based on the information that we had, knowing that we're coming out of the pandemic, and making sure that we're not overwhelming teachers, asking them to do too much. When presented with an aspirational target that may make them think there's no way that we can do this, and go through with a feeling of despair starting out. So we want achievable goals, and I'm glad, Dr. Ball, that you brought that back out, because we can always increase the goals. If we make that target early, then we increase the goals, because what we do want is success for all our students.
Any other comments?
Just a point of clarity. Can you hear me? Okay. We have the ability to change the goals at any point throughout this time, right?
Correct.
So we are going to be going through, looking at the progress to goal measures regularly and then adjusting. I just want to make sure that that's...
Right,
yeah.
and that was the component that I just had said earlier in regards to the monitoring calendar.
Okay.
So there will be checkpoints throughout the entire year. My goal is to try to get that monitoring calendar approved by the board in June, so then the board knows these are the checkpoints and you're good with them, and then adjusting as needed.
Okay, so clearly said, theoretically, if we are ahead of schedule, then we can always
Raise the goal.
raise the goal.
Mhm.
And then, just for the conversation and for the clarity, since we went through this long process, there were material changes to the numbers that staff was comfortable with, right? And you guys re-engineered your numbers, y'all had conversation?
Last week, I don't remember the exact day, it might have been Tuesday, we met with Patricia and she shared some information in regards to the conversations that she had with each board member, and we did raise those.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? I would just also like to comment and say that I'm very excited about this, and we've put in a lot of hard work on the constraints and the goals. I believe almost a year of meetings to put this together, and I'm hopeful that it will lead to very concrete changes too in the way that we run our board meetings and making sure that everything that we're doing is aligning to great outcomes with our students, and that every decision we make draws back to that. And so I'm very excited about this. And just a point of clarification for everyone, we actually are going to be voting on two items. The first one that is on the table right now is the board and superintendent constraints, and then the next item is the board goals, which includes some of the points that Mr. Macias was talking about as well. All right. Is there any more discussion? All right, we'll proceed to, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the board superintendent and board constraints.
Second.
Okay. It was moved and seconded, and we'll proceed to vote. There we go. The motion passes 7-0. We'll move on to item 6D, consider and take possible action regarding approval of Judson ISD board goals.
Motion.
All right. We kind of discussed both of these together, so we'll be efficient here. We'll proceed. Give me just a second to proceed.
The motion is to approve.
Yes, the motion to approve, and it's been seconded. We can proceed to vote. The motion passes 7-0. We will move on to item 6E, consider and take possible action regarding approval of a campus innovation design for the Fine Arts Academy at Olympia Elementary School.
Yes, so board members, you had a little preview by some people speaking, but for about a year now, Olympia has been collecting data, looking at their needs assessment, talking to the community, talking to the students and to the teachers, and they have developed a plan in regards to doing things a little bit different at their campus next year to bring about some creativity, some innovation, and I know that they're very excited about it, and today you will hear the plan, and I know that Mr. George and Ms. Davis will be sharing a little bit, so we're ready when you're ready.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Ball. This evening, we would like to share with you the Olympia Fine Arts proposal so that Olympia can become an innovation designated campus from our school district. As you know, the Office of Innovation launched this semester, and part of launching the Office of Innovation, we launched a process called the Innovation Designation Process that offers our campus leadership an opportunity to think differently, creatively, and outside of the box so that they can provide innovation to their campus in order to meet needs. And of course, ensure that through any innovation program, through any innovation consideration, that we focus on increasing student enrollment and ultimately, of course, student outcomes. With that, Mr. George was the first principal to submit
an innovation proposal through the innovation designation process. That would be an in-district proposal that we share with senior staff, and if senior staff approves it, then we bring it to you as we are bringing it tonight. In that process, I'm sharing with you, this aligns with the SGS. Remember that we are part of the system of great schools, and we are in that partnership for 4 years. It is part of our partnership to learn about creating in-district processes that will launch innovation within our school district, that will launch the opportunities for 1882 partnerships, and that will launch opportunities for our schools to innovate in order to increase school performance, expand the great options that we have, and improve that access to all of our community, and create the new organizational structures needed to support and sustain those innovations within our school district. That being said, Mr. George saw the opportunity that here at Judson ISD, we do offer music at the elementary district-wide, but we don't offer fine arts district-wide. And so he had the idea of using our current FTEs for the rotation specials in a different way. And that's thinking innovatively, because he's not necessarily asking for more money. What he's asking for is for an autonomy to use the current rotation specials in a different way. So thinking of the financial burden that that could become, he's thinking of using them differently in order to offer fine arts to his students. And by doing so, he is able to offer performances for the community and take in all of the consideration that our research shows that when students are engaged, they also perform better. And so in order to expand the options available to students, Principal George applied for the innovation designation to become the Fine Arts Academy at Olympia Elementary. And it does align with his campus improvement plan. And I will share that it also aligns with his targeted improvement plan that he's been working on all this year. And that targeted improvement plan that he submitted for the last 3 cycles has been rated exceeds expectations by Region 20. And with that being said, the ultimate goal, of course, is to meet the need of his campus, increase student enrollment, performance, and student and parent engagement. He is about to share with you the process that he used to create buy-in, not just from the community, but it started with his campus, with his teachers, expanded to the community, and he's going to share his benchmark goals and performance goals. But through this process of innovation, we also want to ensure that there's an accountability measure, that we can visit and revisit quarterly, annually, at the 3-year mark and at the 5-year mark. And he's about to share that process with you. So we're very happy to share this process. And of course, our recommendation to the administration of Judson ISD is, and the board, is that you consider this for approval. Thank you.
A little bit taller. Can you guys hear me? All right, so thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to present this proposal to you. So there was 3 main goals of this proposal. We wanted to use the current teacher allocations, like Ms. Davis said, in a creative manner to create a fine arts academy at Olympia where students can receive high quality fine arts instruction integrating music, movement, and art. But it was concurrent with we're currently in an Essential School Framework grant. And the goals of that grant is increasing the planning and cooperation time with our teachers to help instructional leaders address student data, differentiation, design highly effective lessons, and make sure we're improving the student outcomes, performance, and academic growth. And then the 3rd goal was to do this with no cost to the district. We would just be looking at our allocations and our use of the master schedule. And I'll get into exactly how we're going to do this in a little bit. Before I get to that, though, I wanted to talk about why we chose fine arts, because we did have a lot of different choices out there. We feel like students who had the opportunity to explore fine arts have a heightened self-esteem, increased creativity, and appreciation of diversity, and promotes an understanding of culture. It also gives outlets, as many of my people in my focus group came up and talked about, gives outlets for achievement outside the general curriculum to contribute to student success and creativity. The 3rd point, why fine arts, is our community really wants it. The district recently held a listen and learn tour and they went out, and one of the things they asked at this Listen and Learn tour is what would be the first thing you guys would want us to start? And 7 of the 20 of the elementaries, when they brought in community members, said, we want fine arts in our elementary schools. Olympia was one of those 7. So I already knew it was an important initiative across the district that people wanted. So as a follow-up, my staff and I had already been talking about this. I said, okay, let's vote. I have the beginnings of a proposal together. Let's take a look at this. What do you guys think? And 84% of my staff said, let's move forward with this. So I pulled a focus group of parents and teachers that all had kids at the community, kids in the school. I presented the proposal to them, and we worked through the weaknesses. What are your questions? When I talk about this proposal to you, what weaknesses do you see? What are your concerns? And after we went through that review and tweaked the proposal, 100% of that support group said, or that focus group said, let's move forward with this. I gave it to the senior staff to review, and they said, okay, go ahead and send it to all stakeholders and present it for the board. I learned from COVID last year, kind of learned some techniques. One of the things when I was presenting it to stakeholders, I sent out the proposal a week in advance. And I said, hey guys, I'm going to give you a week. This is to all stakeholders. Take a look at this. Send me questions. Send me anything that you have. And a week from now, I'm going to hold a Zoom in the evening that you can attend. I will answer any questions that you submit to me. I will answer any questions you submit at this Zoom. And I'll send out that tape so you guys know. I'll also transcribe those questions and answers. So before you vote, you've had the opportunity to look at the proposal. You've had the opportunity to ask questions about the proposal. And you'll have the opportunity to review everything. So the results of when I sent it out to the stakeholders were we had 190 of our community vote on this proposal. If you think about, and this is parents from the community, if you think about them having multiple students at my campus, I have a little bit less than 500 students with multiple students. I had much more than a majority of these parents voted on this proposal. 97% wanted this proposal to happen. So absolute behind this proposal completely. So I would definitely wanted to move forward with it. And then I put some of the comments here. I did not put all their comments. I would have to fill out several slides of it, but I did put that. I'm not going to go over all of their comments, but it is there for you to review. They were absolutely behind it. Like I said, some of the people, since I did the focus group several weeks ago, some of the people came to me and said, I'm going to come speak at the school board meeting, just letting you know. I was like, oh yeah, you were absolutely welcome to come speak. Now I want to get into how are we going to be different? You know, we talk about this is going to be a little bit different. So the biggest changes will be on our specials allocations, our schedule, and a refocus. We do a lot of great things after school, clubs and activities. We're going to refocus that a little bit because we're going to be a fine arts academy. So the enrichment teacher allocation will be converted to an art allocation, and you will have that as the specials rotation Monday through Friday. So we're already increasing the fine arts curriculum through the addition of a fine arts teacher. Also on Thursdays and Fridays, when I am meeting with my teachers, we'll have extra time for them to attend fine arts on Thursdays and Fridays. So the specials will be extended on Thursdays and Fridays. So they will have, while they're getting their fine arts instruction, the teachers are going to benefit from extended planning time working with instructional leaders, which is part of our Essential School Frameworks grant. We're increasing the time of our collaboration with teachers, making sure that they're hitting those rigorous lessons. And while we're doing that, the students are getting that fine arts curriculum that my community wants. What goals and what's the return of investment from doing this? Well, we plan by doing this to increase enrollment by 10% by 2025 with yearly increments of 3%. I am not a growth campus. We don't have places to grow. So I believe by providing this one-of-a-kind opportunity, that would give us an opportunity to bring in, I'm really close. We're an open enrollment district. I'm really close to the north side of the district. So I believe that could bring in some people, and it could also bring people back that have possibly chosen to go to a charter school in our area. While students are engaged in the meaningful fine arts curriculum, the teachers will be working with leaders. And we've already seen growth this year. We're in our first year of the Essential School Frameworks grant. And so we feel like this growth is going to continue the next few years, and we will achieve an A rating by 2025 with 5% yearly increment growth. And finally, student and parent engagement will increase by 4 campus-wide presentations that every grade level can contribute in. We will measure this through satisfaction engagement. We already do this. At the end of any of our activities, parents can give us feedback so we can continue to tweak our programs and address community wants and needs. What would be the next steps if you approve this? We will do aggressive marketing and advertising to make sure that the area around us knows about what we're offering. We're going to develop student and parent engagement calendars because we are starting this from scratch. So we want to make sure we get as much involvement as possible and pursue grants and fundraisers to take advantage of the opportunities we already have in the district, such as using the Performing Arts Center, collaborating with our high school art directors to provide sets and backdrops as we get this program started and get it up and running. I wanted to thank you guys for letting me present, and I hope you vote for the proposal.
Yes, we would like to take some questions from the board.
I guess I don't get to run away from that, huh?
I can? Oh, okay. You said that you're going to rotate in different types of classes, so what are we adding? Like, is it music? Is it with instruments? Is it choir? Is it dance? Is it?
So, yes, it would be music and art, and we also be utilizing our PE to bring in some movement, dance. We already have, I'll be honest, we already have a lot of fine art stuff as a campus. I mentioned our after school. We already have cheer. Yes. We already have some art classes. So it was an easy to transform our campus in this direction already. So we would just be adding about 140% more fine arts curriculum to what we're already doing, based on if you're thinking time.
Mm-hmm. And just kind of ballpark, how much can your campus grow? You said you have around 500 now. So how many more students can you all take on?
We are the same size as my previous campus, and we were up to about 6. We could easily hold 650. I want to say what I saw in the growth and development, which I'm also one of the committees I'm also on, it gave me a little bit lower number than I thought it would be. It was in the 500s, like a high five, but I'm pretty sure we could easily accommodate 650 without adding anything.
And it's going to affect all grade levels?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, cool. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
No problem. Any other questions?
Ms. Knoyer.
I just want to say thank you for bringing this proposal forward. I think this is a great opportunity to provide something that I've advocated for as an elementary teacher for a long time, is making sure that we expose our students to these fine arts to help them kind of decide what direction they might like to go in terms of the electives once they choose those for middle school and high school, and tapping into some of our students' talents that they have that kind of go unrecognized until they hit that middle school area. So thank you very much for bringing this. I do support it.
Thank you.
Mr. Macias.
Yes, I actually think it's a really good program as well. I do like the innovative approach, and so we need to do things. My concern was along the lines of Ms. Eaton, though, and so it's for Dr. Ball. We probably will, if I have to put this on the agenda for June, but we'll discuss it at some point in terms of the approach. And great presentation, but you said something about promoting it to neighboring districts and so forth. And so sometimes I think we're so focused on getting kids in the district that we're not looking at who we're serving in our community first. And so Copperfield is an example of a very overcrowded campus that we drew people, and it's on my side, it's in my district, so we get essential people in, and so what's happening is we're crowded. So I'd love to see us have students there. I think it's definitely a draw, but I also think from a board standpoint and administration, we need to look at where we need to cap students that are from outside of the district and ensure that we leave space for us to operate. We want you to get to your number, but that's my concern. So I wanted to kind of just put that out there because this is going to probably begin in earnest. Once we approve it, they're going to have the flyers printed, so it's going to be out there. But that's just something that I want us to have a lens and be aware that we need to really look at that strategy as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. King.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. It's so exciting to see the interest of the implementation of a fine arts program at the elementary level. And as a product of Judson ISD, I participated in the fine arts program starting at middle school and on to high school. I would have loved to have started at the elementary level. That would have been great. And so it's just great to be able to see this implemented at the elementary level. So I'm excited and can't wait to hear a little bit more about the program.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I just have a question. Thank you so much. It's wonderful. How do you serve emerging bilinguals? Like, and does it even matter? Like, what's the balance on that? And maybe this is a greater conversation for Ms. Davis.
Okay, sure. I can answer for Olympia.
I don't want to put you on the spot. That's why.
No, that's fine. I can answer for Olympia. So every one of my teachers they went out and got their ESL certification. The only group that I gave a little bit of a break to was first and second grade teachers who were also doing Reading Academy, because that's a monster. So I gave them one extra year. But every other teacher across my campus is ESL certified. So, and then next year they will get ESL certified if they were in Reading Academy this year. So I can, if we're answering for Olympia.
And that is also something that we began in curriculum and instruction, that we are promoting all of our teachers to become ESL certified. And at the beginning of this last school year, while I was still in curriculum instruction, we switched over to being able for teachers that pass their test, we help them monetarily at that certification, as well as paying for the test that is passed. So that is something that we're doing because, number one, we need to be able to help and serve properly all of our emerging bilinguals, and we know that we can do that by supporting our teachers with ESL certification.
Great. And for context, the reason why I ask is because my huercos only speak Spanish. They're scaffolding into English now, but as a parent, when I see the concepts, I think, how would my children fit in? But then I also think of, again, the proverbial Mrs. Martinez, who may herself not speak English. How do we ensure that we communicate to her that regardless of the focus of the campus, I don't want to say accommodations, but structure is made to ensure that there is genuine inclusivity in an authentic fashion, right? So that's, I guess, my greater statement.
And those are some of the conversations that Mr. George and I have had. By integrating fine arts into elementary, we are able to celebrate and ensure that we are bringing in that equity, diversity, inclusion, and a feeling of belonging, which is very important for our students.
Thank you.
And adults.
I just have one question. Also very supportive of this. I think it's really exciting. My own child attends a school where he is able to take theater, art, and music at the elementary level, and they dance folklorico in PE. So I understand the value in that. And my only question is there, I imagine you probably already have a music teacher on the campus. Are there any hiring needs that you're going to have in order to staff?
Once this proposal passes, I will be hiring a certified art teacher.
Okay. Everything else is covered?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
I move we approve the Campus Innovation Designation for the Fine Arts Academy at Olympia Elementary School.
Second. The item has been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Motion passes 7-0. We'll move on to item 6F, consider and take possible action regarding approval of the Leadership Academy at Ed France Elementary School through Trinity School Design Network.
Yes. So over a year ago, we brought the information that Trinity and had accepted Dr. Lofton and part of their cohort. So that was an exciting part. And I also want to mention that
Dr. Lofton sends her apologies. She really wanted to be here, but she couldn't be here. But they have also been working to see how can they provide something different to our students. So she has gone through the process, though, with Trinity. So Ms. Davis is going to share her information.
Yes, thank you very much. As you know, about 2 years ago, you signed an MOU for the Trinity School Design Network, which allowed us to partner with them as they selected fellows who are our principals that applied for the program. And last year they selected, or the year before last, they selected Mr. Scott Wilson. And for this school year, they selected Dr. Kelly Lofton to become a fellow and provide her support through over 40 hours of training and network opportunities for her to collaborate with other principals across the area, the greater San Antonio area. So I do want to take the opportunity to share the work that Dr. Kelly Lofton has done together with her faculty, with her staff, and her parents and her community, as well as her campus leadership. And I know that her assistant principal is here today, Ms. Carrie Savage-Egg. Thank you very much for being here. And so, although I might not do a greater job as presenting as Dr. Kelly Lofton would, I was communicating with her through the Office of Innovation and helping supporting her in her goals. And the goal, of course, may I please have the presentation? Thank you. So the goal of the France Leadership Academy is to empower our scholars, our students, to become well-rounded leaders who are responsible and accountable for their actions so that they can manage their emotions, make great decisions through problem-solving skills, and to strive to become good citizens within the community. That is the overall goal. And working on this goal was something that the entire campus and the community, through their meetings, through their design team meetings, came to an understanding of this goal. I think it's important to share the why, and you're going to receive 2 slides of the why. Why selection of a leadership academy? Because through the TSDN network, the principals get to decide what is the need. So the selection of the leadership portion was truly something that was selected campus wide. It is to fully align their campus with the district's strategic priorities, and those are to inspire students to discover and develop their unique talents and abilities, to provide our students with an equitable education where they can set and meet goals, to provide programs that are competitive with our surrounding ISDs. We know, and we have received data in the past, that we do lose students to charter management organizations. And by innovating within our campus, that is one way to curtail that. And, of course, to increase student enrollment, any innovation that we bring to you does have that ultimate goal. Through recruitment and retention efforts, we will share with you that France has already conducted a social media campaign, and we are ready with the flyers, should this get approved, to share with our neighboring apartments nearby to bring back students that we have lost and within our vicinities here. And we do plan to attend community events and set up informational tables about what we're doing in Judson ISD. The why is also to increase achievement and appropriate behavior, which we saw a spike in behavior issues after COVID, through leadership skills such as decision-making and self-regulation. We want to empower our students to take responsibility for their actions, their education, their behavior, their decisions, and their future. We want to provide opportunities to grow and explore in a student-centered environment with high expectations, and we want to encourage all of our students to express themselves through multiple modalities: music, art, dance, technology, creative writing, speech, debate, and more. And all of these things are going to be offered at France Leadership Academy. And we, of course, want to prepare them for their future academic journey in middle and high school, as well as beyond. What they're going to offer, of course, is a focus in Leader in Me by Stephen Covey and the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and the 21st Century Skills, which originally were critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and it's expanded to citizenship, creativity, and a growth mindset. One of the things that the campus did campus-wide is they have completed a book study of Leader in Me, and they have begun, but will continue to engage in coaching sessions with them, training, and have the access to the online resources by becoming a member of that program, with the ideal to become a lighthouse campus. In addition, in addition to following the JISD curriculum guides, all the lessons will contain leadership components, so these will be added by the campus that will foster the 21st century skills. They will have leadership opportunities through student jobs, and of course, they intend to have every student complete community service projects that teach good citizenship. There will be a social-emotional learning component and leadership development through class meetings that are being integrated into their master schedule using the Leader in Me curriculum. One of the things they want to do differently is they want to hold student-led data meetings with parents at beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year. So think of it as an open house where the student actually walks the parent through all of the work they've done, the goals that they have set, where they are at, and how they intend to meet their goal. So it won't be the teacher having the conversation with the student, it will be the students having the conversations with their parents. May the door be closed. Thank you. We're also going to engage our students in family projects that will, of course, embed those leadership skills, as well as cross-grade level collaboration through vertical teams, buddy mentor classes, and stay trips, which would be some speakers or organizations that provide an at-school field trip experience. And of course, they're going to start learning about project-based learning and start embedding that type of performance assessments within the campus. The process, as described earlier, we engaged with the TSDN, and Dr. Lofton applied and was selected to be a TSDN fellow for this school year. The program provided training for her on design thinking and networking opportunities with leaders across the city. And then there was a design team that focused and met weekly throughout the school year, and that design team had subcommittees that included academics, a subcommittee that focused on continuous improvement of the campus, a subcommittee that focused on the mission and vision and the goal that was shared with you earlier, as well as public relations, family and community engagement, and culture. Their first meeting was held in November, and ever since they've had weekly meetings that included the subcommittee meetings. The process also included collaboration with the Department of Innovation, and it has provided support throughout this process. We invited Dr. Lofton to join the Innovation Department to a site visit to San Antonio ISD, who is also a fellow of the System of Great Schools Network, and we were able to visit several of their in-charter district schools, one of them being the Young Men's Leadership Academy. So she was able to connect with that principal and talk about some of the things that happens in a leadership academy. She also connected with the Women's Leadership Academy and Young Women's Leadership Academy at the primary level. So she's engaged in this networking opportunities that has allowed her to come back and share with her staff in order to think, how do we want to make this ours at Judson ISD? She's also working on rebranding, and we are working together with the communications department. We unfortunately cannot share the logo, the enhancement of the logo, until it is finally purchased. So we could not show it today, unfortunately. And I would like to take the time to share this promotional video, which was created by their PR team, which was one of the subcommittees as well. So props go to Ms. Tatiana Muniz and Ms. Sarah Mills, who, aside from creating this video, have also created shortened videos to promote what is happening at France Leadership Academy. Let me see if it's still there, and if we can raise the volume. Thank you.
Leaders are very important, and I believe that we are all leaders, so I know there's a leader inside of you.
Friends Elementary and Friends Leadership Academy is going to provide unique opportunities to our Judson ISD community. We are going to be an elementary that offers electives through community partnerships and through assets that we know that our community has so that we can broaden our students' horizons. We want to broaden their skills. We want to give them opportunities that perhaps they would not have if we were not doing this program.
Each one's abilities are different from each other. Some are academically talented, while others may be artistically and athletically talented.
Have electives where they select their own paths of learning. You know, we might force them into like choosing something that might be uncomfortable to see if they do have leadership skills in that and they can excel in it.
At Friends will be incorporating Stephen Covey's 7 Habits for Highly Effective People. Students and staff learn to use a common language-built understanding of how to work effectively in all aspects of life, not just in school.
Goals are very important, and a non-academic goal that I have is to learn to play guitar, and an academic goal that I have is to overall get better at math.
To take that with it, to look back and to think, I learned how to communicate with other students, with my peers, with my teachers, with adults, with anybody. I learned how to express what I wanted. I learned to take disappointment. I learned to strive for more, to try to reach the highest goal. I want them to look back and think, okay, this was where my foundation was laid and this is where I started.
Skills that I have is like describing things to people and like tell them what different things mean, because I'm really good at that and I am really good at teaching people on what to do.
So sometimes they make messes in the cafeteria. I raise my hand and then she just comes over here and helps me. And sometimes we just talk.
I want our kids to be productive citizens of the United States. This is a great country. This is a great district. It's a great school. And changing it into a leadership academy is like almost saying Friends Elementary 21st Century Skill Leadership Academy, because now we're doing what our world is demanding that we have. It's moving our kids to the 21st century. And that's hopefully that's what Friends is doing.
Forward to you joining us at Friends Leadership Academy. We know that your child will be an addition, a great addition to our student body. We know that you as their family will be a great addition to the Friends community as well. We're a small community. We're very supportive of each other and our students, and we know that you are going to be a great addition to that, and we look forward to you joining us.
That is, we practice that and try to make ourselves better, that we become better people, then we help others, then we all can just be the great leaders that we were born to be. So I want you to go out and be the best leader that you can be.
Thank you. Members of the board, do you have any questions?
Questions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. I don't have any questions. I'd just like to say that I am in complete support of this program.
Ms. Knoyer?
Some of y'all may know that Franz is a little dear to my heart. I spent a couple of years teaching there and working with many of the people who are there on staff. My first job in Judson ISD was at Candlewood Elementary when Mr. Franz was the principal. So I have a love in my heart, and I'm so thrilled that this redesign is happening. I'm looking at Coach Corrales, and I know what she has been working on with her students in athletics and becoming leaders and showing those leadership skills. And here's a great way to get it started at the elementary level. And maybe y'all can help make a connection somehow to do some mentoring or something that way. But I'm very excited about this. I've been Stephen Covey trained, and I know what a fabulous program it is. being able to tap that potential in each of our students, showing them that the possibilities they have within and what they can do with their lives and how they can help get that empathy going. We got to do that in this world. So I appreciate it, and I'm full supporting.
Thank you.
Ms. Eaton and then Mr. Macias.
I just want to thank you for that presentation. I love it.
Dr. Lofton
the
and her
earlier,
staff created that
the better.
presentation. Thank you.
She's probably watching right now, so hopefully she.
Mr. Macias.
Yeah, I can tell you in my collective history, I was a bad student. I was not a good student in high school. My first 20 years in college, I failed all of my classes. 20 hours. 20 hours. 20 hours. It was a year and a half. But it was still bad. And it wasn't until I identified with the leadership element that made me see the importance and the responsibility. And so I like to think that we do that across the district in teaching our students to believe in themselves. So this is going to be a great model for stepping off and really impacting the entire district. And hopefully, that light will come through when our children realize that they have a role in this world and they have to lead and be responsible, as someone said in the video. So I just commend the effort, and it's exciting. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Mrs. Davis, to clarify, are they using the Leader in Me curriculum itself?
Not at the moment, but we have already engaged in a contract with them. They will present. They will present at when we come back in August. That is the type of professional development that all of the teachers will receive. This year they engaged in a book study with them, and they've made small connections, but they will engage fully at the start in the fall.
Okay. And then is there particular consideration paid to having parental engagement that also incorporates the same, and I apologize if you already said that.
Oh, yes. In fact, part of their design team were continuous meetings with parents. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that parents played a critical role in the design team. So parents and community members, and as you can see through the video, a lot of them offered to be part of the video, including Mr. Franz himself. So absolutely, community engagement and parent engagement were part of the design team element in order to create that buy-in. And will continue to be, because the next step, once the implementation occurs, is that we get that continuous feedback from the parents and the students as to how is this going and what minor changes can we make to help adjust to the change.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you.
I have a question. Oh, and then Ms. Pichel, do you want to go first? Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. Where will the curriculum and the leadership skills development occur within the school day? Is that just going to be integrated into each classroom, or is it going to be a specific specials where they develop that?
It will be integrated as part of their master schedule. So a lot of our elementaries have specific times, such as the accelerated learning block that has been integrated into their schedule, and advisory blocks. What is the name of your specific time? Every campus has a specific name for it.
For the accelerated, we have accelerated learning time, but it will be integrated throughout the day, throughout the whole time, because we want leadership to go across everything, through all the activities. Thank you.
Ms. Pichel.
I'm going to, I'm not going to ask the question. I wanted to know what the cost was that was associated with the program. I see it right here, so I'll withdraw.
Any other questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
I'd like to move that we accept the Leadership Academy at Ed Franz School for the 2022-2023 school year.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote.
Thank you.
The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. We'll move on to item 6G. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of the Judson ISD 2022-2023 calendar to include an extra monthly board meeting.
Madam President, I'd like to, at this time, withdraw this agenda item. I'd like to incorporate this with the monitoring calendar that we've been working with also, we've been working with Patricia in regards to revamping the board advisory committees. So I'd like to bring a whole complete package to the board at a later date.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to item 6H. Consider and take possible action to create an internal audit department. This was brought by Mr. Macias.
Thank you. Yeah, this was brought by Mr. Macias since 2011, so it's been brought for a very long time, but we've actually instituted aspects of the internal audit function in intervals. In the past, it has been a political issue, and it shouldn't be. For the audience that may not be familiar with the internal audit function, what an internal audit does is it empowers the board to have an auditor essentially work on their behalf. And so this internal auditor will then evaluate protocols, processes, finances, whatever it is that the board collectively puts together as an audit plan. And typically what would happen is we would do a risk assessment in our district to find out where we have some serious risk. And as I mentioned, this has been a conversation since 2011. And so when we had this initial risk assessment 10 years ago, HR was at risk, special ed was at risk, and so these areas need to, again, we need to do the evaluation 10 years later because things change, but based on that, I would like this internal audit function to start doing that work once the board is informed. But we can't get there until we as a board make a decision that this is an important element for our district as it continues to grow. And for perspective, we're the fourth largest district in San Antonio, in Bexar County. The top three all have internal audit functions. As a trustee for Alamo Colleges, I will tell you they have a very good internal audit function, and they're roughly the size that we are in terms of finances. So as we continue to grow, which we will grow, it's time, I believe, that we really put a commitment behind an internal audit function so that we can build it and eventually have it pay dividends for our district. I will add one other thing. There's been, I remember in the headlines reading about booster clubs mismanaging or embezzling funds. An internal audit function, if we would deem that would be part of their functionality to help police booster clubs and other organizations that we really have no responsibility for because they're independent entities. But because they use our district name, the headlines still say Judson Booster Club, and guess what? That makes it look like Judson ISD. So there's a lot of benefit to it. And I guess the last one I'd like to share with my colleagues as well as the community, we do have a toll-free fraud and abuse hotline. But that hotline gets reported straight to administration. And of course, they tell the board. We're all working together. But this internal audit function would also be the main focus of any of these fraud and abuse claims that may come through the toll-free number. So there's, again, some separation between board and administration. And so I think that's also positive as well. Now, the bad part, everything we do, it has a cost. So there is a cost behind this. And so in the past, we've kind of contracted some of this work out at maybe $40,000 or $50,000 annually. But I did include in our backup some of the cost that you might see. And so for the sake of discussion today, I'm looking at probably an allocation of about $250,000 to start. And that would be able to retain someone and also get the supplies and office and all the other logistics that would be in order for them. I don't know truly if that would be more, or, but I'm pretty sure it would definitely be a start. And when you look at other districts, they do outline a little bit about what those costs are. So I thought it'd be a fair time, because we're emerging, we're doing a lot of great things, that we talk about the next step forward by incorporating something like this internal audit function. So that's basically my presentation. Questions?
Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Thank you. I don't think that I can support this item for several different reasons. Number one, I do not see that this is the role of a board member to create another staff person. And as you said, Mr. Macias, it wouldn't just be that person. That person would probably have a secretary, so we would have to include the resources for that particular person and whether or not they had an assistant. They would also be included in their salary, health insurance, so the benefits. I think that if this were recommended by our staff, by our superintendent and her staff, that it may be a different reason. I see that if we have a need to have an audit, the contracted service that we use would be sufficient. If there was a particular department that needed to be audited, we have had 2 audits in the last 3 years, and we've gotten reports from those firms letting us know what needed to be corrected. And so they do those corrections and then come back and let us know, the staff does, let us know that those things have been taken care of. I cannot support that we have an influx of employees that are asking us for a pay raise, and sir, you are asking us to create a new position. I can't stand behind that.
Sure. Yes, go ahead.
Those are excellent points, and I do appreciate you bringing them up. The really cool thing about the internal audit function would be that it would eventually save money. We can all validate that there are processes that are probably not as refined, and as a result of that, there's extra cost that come with that. So if we can identify inefficiencies in special ed, we'll be better. If we can find inefficiencies in HR, we'll be better. So those things will actually improve the district going forward. And so I would agree too. I'm not sure if a department is going to be the quickest route for us to start seeing a residual on our expenditure. So I'm okay with contracting, but I would like a continual commitment. That's why I put $250,000 on the table, because I don't want to piecemeal a project. When we ask the internal auditor to do a risk assessment, I want to be able to go down 1, 2, 3, 4 and identify that entire plan. But of course, with all of us, because we have to, the internal auditor won't work for me. It'll work for the board. And so by Texas statute, there's a Texas Education Code that permits boards to form an internal auditor, which would mean even staff and all the other stuff. So we're completely legal within our justification for this position. But if we decide to contract, I'm not disagreeable to it. I just want it to be impactful so that we can build the sustainability of this function so that as we grow, it grows.
I have a question. Anyone can answer it. But when we do a contract with Area 20, is it for region? There we go. I don't know why I just refuse to let them be region. With Region 20, we've done that in the past where we've had a contract with them, I think, for audits, right? Do they charge us for that? It's for whoever can answer it, because
Yeah, I know that they do. They wouldn't do it and Dr. Ball, please tell me if I'm incorrect, but there's always a charge for that. And again, another great distinction, Region 20, TASB, any other organization, if they do and conduct an audit, sometimes it's for compliance purposes because we need to have an external audit reviewing our processes. But those audits report straight to administration. That's the big difference between an internal audit. It will report straight to the board. And so that is a defining characteristic of this function. Sometimes I've been a part of external audits with other organizations, and I can tell you the external auditor comes to me and says, you need to correct this, you need to correct this, and once you do that, you're good. So I think that's pretty much the function of an external auditor, to kind of just point out where there's issues. An internal auditor will come back and say, hey, board, this is the analysis, this is what I recommend, and then we collectively can evaluate that. But Region 20, sometimes we won't see that information, and I'm just being transparent. The administration, since they manage day-to-day operations of the district, they would see it before the board does. Not to say that Dr. Ball wouldn't share it with us, but that's generally how it goes. So that's a wonderful tool that we could use, and you know, I just can't speak as well of it, but I do want us to finally do something to move forward with it. Sorry, Ms. Eden, go ahead.
No. I was looking for an answer. And then the follow-up to that is, I know that there are processes that are currently in place where we're required to have certain audits throughout the year. So, Dr. Ball can help me with that.
Yes, ma'am. Every year we're required to have an audit. The auditors come in every year. It's usually the month of either November or December. The board does receive that report, and they report it to the board, that information, and then it also goes to the state.
That's certain areas, right?
Right. So what happens is the auditors, so it starts from the beginning, like we're getting ready to start it now. The auditors send out a letter to each board member and ask you, do you have any concerns, any areas? They ask me if I have any areas of concerns. They ask random individuals. Then they pick selected groups. It could be the Title I funds, child nutrition funds. Help me out, Bill, because it could be any of the funds that they pick. So.
Right. They actually audit all of our funds. They do look at processes in the business and HR areas and make recommendations. And on top of that, some of our programs do have regular audits. Child nutrition has an audit from the state every 3 years. We're getting ready to have one this year. And special ed also tends to have audits.
Mr. Macias, to get us started, rather than jumping right into, hiring an individual, would you be maybe like to look at, we dive into certain areas where we would have concerns? Because I remember when I first came on the board, 5 years, I got my 5-year card too. Anyway, sorry about that, I digress. There was some concern about spec. And so we had an audit, and we as a board voted and had a special audit done because there were some concerns in that department. So we did hire an outside auditor that did separate audit for us. But would you be, willing to start it out like that so we can see where this person is going to be genuinely employed, 365 days a year, minus holidays and all that, to get that type of salary? Just a thought.
No, I'm good with it. If we can leave this conversation with knowing we're going to go forward with the department and or contracting these services out, the commitment to the internal audit function is what I'm trying to instill for our leadership going forward. And so right now, it might be a challenge to find someone. I don't know what it would be, but there are companies that could do it. So I'm agreeable to either. The only thing is we need to move forward with one of them.
One of the other.
Yeah. And it could be the allocation today to form this internal audit department can start with contractual work first. Because that way we can start early. We can start now.
Ms. Rodriguez,
I'd like to
Yes,
just
Ms. Michelle.
reiterate that, that dollar amount, Mr. Macias, that you said, 250,000. I just would like to reiterate, you're talking about that year after year after year after year.
Ms. Knoyer?
Thank you. I think a good direction for us to go now is, as we're looking at our monitoring calendar, could we have a piece where perhaps we look at scheduling also on a rotational basis, perhaps, where we call for an audit of some of our major departments and set up a kind of a schedule where every 3 years this department, every 5 years this department, that kind of thing, so that we have an idea of what we might want to look at, bring that to us to discuss, and set up a schedule like that, and start off with contracting for it and seeing if those savings are there. If we are coming back with that kind of money, then perhaps I'd be willing to consider looking at a department. But right now, I'm not convinced that we would save $250,000 a year to pay for this department. And that's my concern, especially when we have all these people who want a little more change in their pockets, paid on their paychecks.
Mr. Diaz?
So the legislative intent behind allowing school districts to create internal auditing departments is that the internal auditing department directly reports to the board to remain independent and objective, ensuring that the internal auditor solely focus on the overarching goals of the board in a comprehensive manner on an annual schedule. So what we have to ask ourselves is, do we want to continue piecemealing audits from a third-party organization who doesn't understand and is not embedded in the Judson culture, or do we bring, and I don't know if the 250,000 is sufficient, but let's set that aside. Let's answer the spirit of the question, which is, are we committed to creating an internal auditing department that'll increase our efficiencies, increase our transparency, drive better outcomes, and keep us accountable organizationally? That is the question at hand. Let's set aside if it's $250,000 or $150,000, I have no idea. However, the allocation of the funds, as we know from previous conversations, doesn't mean it has to get spent. So even if we allocate the $250,000, we don't necessarily have to spend it, as evidenced by the charter contract that we did a few weeks ago, where we may not have to spend $500,000 on buses. Now, what does the internal auditor do? They literally work with us and report to the board directly as a board, just like our legal counsel, to give us a risk assessment of the entire department and then lay out a plan to review it. So while we may or may not recover $250,000 in hard money, we have to consider that by increasing transparency and increasing accountability, we're sending the right message to the community, and then we're operating within a manner that ensures that we are comfortable. I think right now there is a general sense of discomfort in some arenas, and we have no mechanism on this board to have a third-party independent reviewer dive in on our behalf to verify, to thought partner, to ensure that we can find the best practice. Right now, we have to rely upon staff. Now, that is not a vote against the confidence that I have in staff, but if you are in the work in your box every day, it's sometimes hard to look outside the box, right? So, from my experience in the private sector every day, I have those departments that review the work to ensure that I haven't missed anything because I've been looking at the blue screen all day, right? So the question at hand is, are we committed to increasing the efficiency of the district in a transparent way where we have the right mechanisms in place and have a comprehensive schedule that we know will be evergreen, right, as long as we're committed to that work? Or do we piecemeal it together based on whatever loose information and ideas we have without proper risk management and assessment, because a contractor will do whatever we say. The internal auditor will give us the recommendations based on their overall analysis. So I fully support the internal auditing department. The district is already large enough that it's warranted. $250,000 is a lot of money. But if that gets us better outcomes and greater amount of trust and confidence for us to continue to do our work, it's actual investment. It's not a spend. There are many districts smaller than us, including Canutillo ISD, randomly, with like 6,000 students in El Paso that has a team of one. You can look across the country, there are a number of internal auditing departments that vary in size based on work and scope and size of the actual student population. So I'm going to support the item with the caveat that we, $250,000, it sounds like the right number to get a person, two people, I'm not quite sure. But let's explore that, because that's something that we can handle on the back end. And again, we spend a lot of other dollars on things that we need. This is an actual need at this point. So I'll be supporting this item.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Macias?
Since I do have the history on this, again, 2011, I will tell you part of the issue in the past was that there was some work from several colleagues in the past to undermine the creation of this department and to say administration. And I won't say names because I can't, but I can tell you I've had a conversation with Dr. Ball regarding this, and she's very supportive of this mechanism. And so it's not, I had to ask her, I'm going to be bringing this to the board, Dr. Ball, what do you think? And she, has no reservations. And I'm sorry, Dr. Ball, if I'm speaking for you, but I just wanted to share that part of the conversation, which makes me optimistic that we will actually be able to create this, because we're going to work as a team to ensure it's implemented. And I can tell you honestly, that element wasn't here before. As I mentioned at the beginning, it was political. This does not have to be political. It just has to be done right. And so, again, I call for the internal audit department, but again, I am open to just starting the internal audit mechanism with the intent of the department, but for the sake of moving forward, I'm comfortable even using those funds to have a permanent consultant until we create a department. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. So thank you.
Is there anyone else who has a comment? I will name that I'm on the fence about this. I think that having an internal audit department could be very, very prudent in getting just information and making sure that we are accountable and consistent and following policies. I think what puts me on the fence is that I don't have a clear idea of the true cost. Like the $250,000 is a lot of money to just like put in the budget on without like a strong model for how that is. And so, and I didn't see it in the material. Like I saw some information in the materials we were provided about what audit departments cost at different districts of different sizes. But it's all, I think the other thing that is giving me a bit of pause is how deep into budgeting season we are, and this isn't accounted for. So I'm curious if we have enough time to model that out in a thorough manner. And so what I would feel comfortable with is saying, yes, we move forward with this, but that at a subsequent meeting, we're brought like a true model of what this would look like, what it would cost, what would be the job description and duties, before we actually put it into a budget. And that might, acknowledging that might require a budget amendment in the future if that is something that we decided to go forward with.
I just think that this is what we needed to do, was have a discussion rather than take action tonight. I think that it's presumptuous for us to take action. I think this what just should have been is just the discussion, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Macias.
Again, good conversations. I'm convinced we need it. There's no doubt in my mind. The statement that Mr. Diaz mentioned about the expense, if it's not utilized as we go forward, it's not utilized. It's just a budget. And yes, it will have to come out of our fund balance, but let's be real, we have the money in our fund balance to put towards this. So, I don't think we should be afraid of the expenditure because we do spend money on a lot of other things. And I'm certainly going to support today's compensation plan for all the employees that are here. So I do want to spend money where it needs to be. But this function, I'm just afraid if we take our time and we're not committed to this, that it'll just eventually go away. So we need to be committed. And that's that's the thing. We need to be committed. We certainly need follow-up meeting because we do need to look at what the description looks like and all that. So we're not done. It's not like poof, it's going to be created tomorrow. But that will be a commitment that we want this function here. And the intent is that it could cost up to $250. We don't even know if we're going to spend it. But if we fail to commit to it today, we're sending a message that this is something that we're not going to be behind. So yes, Ms. Rodriguez, to alleviate your fears, let's take the next step. Let's call the next meeting. Let's talk through it. Let's get an expert that can talk us through it as well. And then naturally, let's then proceed in that manner. Any one of us can put this back on the agenda and pull it, just like they've done in the past. So it's not, we can undo if the majority of us find that it's not working for us. But for the sake today to make a statement, and it's before the budget's going to be adopted, so it's almost like an additional budget item. And we still have budget workshops in June, so we're good, I think.
So the way that it's written and the way that the recommendation is written into the agenda, there isn't it just says establish. It does not have a dollar amount. Is that what you're proposing?
It's just, I don't know. And I guess
Okay.
for the sake of this, I'll make the motion to create the internal audit department, but let's just go through the process and see what that looks like so we can have a truer allocation. My guess is 250, but I will put that off the table if it will move this forward. And so essentially, the motion will be, I make the motion that we create an internal audit department and we begin to discuss that implementation phase.
Okay, motion has been made.
Second.
It's been made and seconded, so we will proceed to vote. Renee, Ms. Fischel, did you count yourself absent on purpose, or were you needing to push a different button? I don't know if our technical folks need to fix that. Okay.
You've been hacked.
No, I knew it happened.
I
I'm
would
not
think
so new at this.
I would think I was hacked.
Okay, great. All right. The vote is 5-2 in favor of establishing an internal audit department. I'll say that again because I don't think my microphone was on. The vote was 5-2 in favor of establishing an internal audit department. We'll move on to item 6I. Consider and take possible action regarding approval of the 2022-2023 compensation plan. Dr. Ball?
Yeah, I'm going to go up to the microphone
Okay.
so I can see everybody. It's hard to see everybody from the triangle. So before I begin, I'd like to truly thank everybody because lots of individuals in this room have been very brave and very courageous to come and give me feedback, to either talk to me personally or in a big group, or even come and advocate. So I want to start off by saying thank you. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for taking your time to be here, not only tonight, but several other meetings you've been here. So I'd like to thank you for that. And I'd also like to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to schedule lots of board workshops, and I'm going to want to schedule more. So thank you for doing that. So I'm hoping that tonight we're going to make some history here at Judson ISD. So I will go ahead and get started. And let me share that what we want to talk about tonight is just the proposed raise and that proposed incentive. That's what tonight is about. So we've gone back and forth and taken lots of consideration, lots of information from different stakeholders, talked to lots of people, had our budget workshops. But what we're proposing tonight is probably one of the biggest raises that Judson has ever done, and certainly one of the biggest in Bexar County at this point. So what we are proposing is for teachers, that would be a 6% raise on your midpoint with a $1,000 incentive. For professionals, it'd be a 4% raise on the midpoint for professionals with a $1,000 incentive. For auxiliary, clerical, police, bus drivers is a 6% raise on the midpoint with a $2,000 incentive. And you can see on the side there on my right-hand side some of the estimated pay raises that would be for teachers. A teacher with 0 years would start at $57 plus, of course, the $1,000. Then we took a 10-year, $61, 20 years, $64. Then we did some bus driver samples there, 0 years, $16.67, 10 years, $18.16, and 20 years, $20.66, and of course with the $2,000 incentive. So wanted to share that information with you. The next slide shows our current pay scale. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because this is our pay scale currently right now. What I'd like to share with you is what the future pay scale would look like. So this is approximately a $3,650 pay raise for our teachers, and that is not something that has been done before. We don't know what all the other districts are giving or what they will do, so the ones that we do know for sure, we did list right there for everybody to be able to see. So wanted to share that information. So talking a little bit about some of the incentives that we want to talk about. Full-time employees will continue with their incentive of $1,000. Part-time employees is $500, and long-term subs $400. Trying to take care of all our employees in the district, because even if you are a long-term sub, you're very important to us. Part-time employees are important, and of course our full-time employees are very important to us. So I want to talk a little bit about the auxiliary and the clerical incentive. This would be coming from SR funds. The winter retention incentive would be coming from the SR funds. The incentive for clerical and auxiliary would be coming from the general fund. With these incentives, it is almost a 9% raise for auxiliary and clerical. So this allows individuals to get more money in their pocket, and that's what we really want to do. Make sure that they're going home with as much money as possible, and by doing the raise and the incentive, it would bring them to their pocket about a 9% raise for them. In regards to teachers, the teacher proposed raise is $3,650, and that's for a teacher that is working 187 days. We do have some staff members that are on a teacher pay scale, and of course, theirs would be a little bit different, but it's about 6% from the midpoint. In addition, they would also be getting the $1,000 from the SR funds. So a total income change for about $4,650. And again, I know that that's the biggest that Judson has done while I've been here, and from what I've gathered, it's the biggest that Judson has ever done. So now I'll look at some of the specific pay grades that we have. So we have, like, for example, this is our police department. They're all on a pay grade 100, and just listing there what their annual salary would be, what their raise would be, depending on the days that you work. Again, with the incentive. The incentive is included. Then in regards to the individuals that are on a pay grade 200, this is what the raise would come out to be with the incentive. If you are clerical and you're in one of the 300 pay grades, this is what your raise would be. And of course, it varies depending on the days that you work. And this does include the $2,000 incentive. So this is a little bit different on this page, because the ones in 401 and 402, those positions are considered auxiliary. Then the remainder from 403 to 408, those positions are considered professional. So just keep in mind that only 401 and 402 would get the $2,000 incentive. The rest, it's $1,000. Here, the professional pay grades. So also getting a raise, and with the $1,000 incentive. So here's the pay scale information that we're proposing for bus drivers. So it would be a raise of $1,313 if you're on 87 days. It's 6% at your midpoint. You would get the winter incentive and a spring incentive, which the total package for your incentive is $3,313. So you're probably wondering, what would this do to our budget? Okay. So looking at our revenue, looking at payroll that we've discussed many times, payroll is the biggest part of our budget. You have that information there. This would be a deficit of over $22 million, and then $4 million we'd be getting from ESSER. The current fund balance is $106 million. The estimated 2021-22 increase into fund balance would be about $3 million. So I would love to take some questions from the board.
Who has questions or comments? Mr. Macias.
I'm giddy with excitement. This is some good stuff. I do have a question, though. In terms of option 11 that we saw at our last budget meeting, it had a 3% professional, but then on this document you had 4%. It still comes out to the same $22 million deficit, but can you explain that?
It should have been 4%.
It was a typo, so it should have been 4%.
It should have been 4%.
On that part of it. Okay.
Yeah. On the slide that we used, it had 4%. On the handout, it had 3%.
Yes. That's why I'm clarifying that discrepancy. Again, I thought so because the number's still the same, even with your 4%.
Right.
And that's all professionals, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other thing is, I do use social media to convey my thoughts sometimes, and I don't know if anybody's paying attention, but anyway, I was so happy with this plan that I put it out there, and as a result, I got some feedback that I wasn't prepared for, and so I just wanted to kind of put a bug in your ear and a bug in my colleague's ear in terms of trying to address the question I brought up before, which is salary equalization, compensation, if you will, where we have the starting salary very close to the 10 and 20-year salaries. We need a bigger break between them. I know that I'm committed to looking at our lower waged employees like transportation, custodial, and trying to make sure that we have a bigger, a compensation plan that includes those adjustments. But it's very clear that teachers also fall under that scope too. And so, we're competitive. I kept telling everybody that would comment or talk that we're competitive with other districts when it gets to 10, 20 years and so forth. But I think we need to look at other ways of acknowledging, recognizing, rewarding those staff members across the district that have tenure with us. And so where that might come out of may not be in today's compensation plan, because it's a solid plan, but it may need to come in our future budget meetings as a stipend or as some other way to acknowledge. We can never give somebody who's 20 years and valued that $1 million, but we can certainly have some sort of process that recognizes that time in service. So I wanted to ask if you're also considering that, or what you think in terms of maybe putting something in place like that.
Yes. So Saturday, we'd like to continue this, and that's why I prefaced this by saying this is for the raise today. This is for the raise. I know that our employees have been very anxious. People want to know what our raise is going to be, and just maybe it was earlier this week, I know SAISD announced theirs, so we wanted to be able to let our staff know that we listened to them. We listened to them. We are giving them, the raise that I don't want to say that they exactly wanted, but I think it's a lot more than what they probably thought at the beginning, that it would be just a 1 or 2%. So I hope that our staff feels that we did listen to them. We're going to continue to listen to them. Our doors are open, whether it's myself or any senior staff member is here. And I'll use one example. I know that during my meeting at Transportation, one of them had a great idea that we're going back to change immediately. They asked, can we use our days for those unpaid holidays? And we're going to put, that information together where they can use up to those 5 days. And I know that that'll help them. So we are listening. We are listening to everybody. So I'm proud that the board allows me to be able to do this and to provide something good for our bus drivers, all our staff. I'm just looking at you. That's why I said bus drivers, but all our staff. We truly do value our staff, and believe me, I know just like you would want to do more, I wish we could do more, but at the same time, I shared with the board, I don't want to do a RIF ever, so I have to find a balance to be able to have the healthiest amount that we could do.
So your answer is yes, and I agree that we still have some unfinished business in that
Absolutely.
area. We need to be competitive and with other districts, so I'm eager to get that part of the job done. So again, I like the compensation plan. I'm trying to figure if I have any other thoughts, but I guess I'll defer for right now, and I'll remember if I do. Thank you.
No problem. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Ms. Knoyer?
I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Atkins and his team and to Dr. Ball for doing all this really deep dive, hard work that you did to bring us all these different proposals so that we could toss it around, kick it around, talk about what we think is the priority, and enable us to do what we're going to be able to do here tonight. I'm excited to see this kind of money. When I started teaching, and I'm back in the Stone Age, I made $8,700 a year as a first-year teacher. So that $57,000 looks pretty darn good. And I do want to express that all of us on the board really, truly do care about our employees. We want them to have the funds in their pocket that they need to be able to feed their families and take care of all those expenses. As a retired teacher, I'd like to have this kind of a raise from TRS, if they're listening, and they're probably not. But I do want you to know that we value you, that we really worked hard on this, and that we do have your best interests in mind.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, I remember my question. Okay. Mr. Macias?
Yes. I remember now what I was going to ask you, Dr. Ball. The idea that we need to be proactive. There's always this implied cost with training employees, new employees. So I'd like to get a concrete number on what that is, because that's something we can use to talk about the validation for doing more for experienced teachers and the consistency there. I don't think I've seen a current number on what that cost is. But
To
if
train
that,
new employees?
to train
We'll get
and what it does. And so if we're training less, that means we could probably put money more towards to other objectives. So
I might not be able to get that by Saturday.
no,
but
no,
just
but like I said, we're continuing this. This is definitely not something, but certainly if that could be provided in the future, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Any other comments? Mr. Diaz?
I think I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for all the work and for staff here and listening. I apologize my voice. As they say in my household, cuando se puede, se puede. Y este año se pudo, right? So when you can, what does it mean?
When you can, you do it.
When you can do it, you do it. And this year, you can do it. And that's great because we're in unprecedented times where things are very difficult, right? So, so please know that your work is valued. You're valued as people, as individuals. But el año que no se pueda, the year that we cannot, doesn't mean any less that we value you, right? We just so happen that this year, because of great stewardship from past boards and past administration, and this administration, obviously, we're able to do it. But we'll have those critical conversations next year, and we'll see what next year holds. So just know that, that work, your advocacy for yourselves, for your departments, for your colleagues, for your families, is well received. And we hope that we can continue to do these things. But the day that we can't, for whatever reason, also know that that partnership can't stop, right? So we just ask for that continued grace, because those days will come. It's just not today. Thanks.
Ms. Eaton?
Thank you, Dr. Ball. Thank you, staff. I know we drove you crazy, Bill.
No, you didn't,
I
ma'am.
know we did. Look, I don't know if he told you about my fantastic idea I got from my brother about going to a 4-day school week.
Oh, yes, he did tell me, yes.
Look, I've been getting ideas from across the country, so we've been talking a lot.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I am just so happy that this is working out and that we can continue to build on it. But I just hope that the employees know, see, and understand that, as you stated, ma'am, we're listening. We can't do if we don't know. But we're listening, and we value each and every one of you all. We value the bus drivers. I told you guys, without you guys, we can't even get the kids there. Without the kids there, there's no custodian, there's no child nutrition, there's no teacher, there's no us. So we value each and every one of you all. We hear you loud and clear, but also, as Mr. Diaz said, this time we got it. But, when the day comes when we can't do it, we still need your support and your understanding, please. Thank you. But thank you, staff. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. You made me cry.
Mr. Macias asked for one more comment.
Two real quick points. One is that the information regarding the stipend and the percentage still is something I'd like to see. I don't know if it was in this packet that we received here. I haven't looked thoroughly through it. It was here on my board seat. But I still would like to get a good understanding where we ended up. You said 9% or something like that.
Correct.
But I'd like to see the math laid out on that just for my own sanity, because that's pretty good. And then the other thing, just in transparency, I'm rarely wrong, but occasionally I am. And I just want to say, because I did give administration some concern about, could you find a compensation plan in this timeline? And you did. So I just want to give you credit for that and thank you for the hard work. You see, that canceled finance meeting helped, right? So anyway, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Was there any other questions?
Are there any other questions? No?
I would once again like to congratulate our staff, because I hope in a few minutes we will be making history, because a 6% raise when I first started this budget process, Never did I think that we could do it. And then 4% for professionals and 6% for auxiliary, clerical, police, bus drivers. I think it's something to be proud of. So thank y'all so much for everything y'all do. Thank y'all.
Madam President,
For
I
what
would
it's
like to
worth.
move that we accept the compensation plan for the 2022-2023 school year.
It's been moved and seconded. Will give me a second. And then we'll proceed to vote. It has been passed unanimously. All right, thank you. You all have been with us for the long haul. Item 6J will be in closed session, correct? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we'll move on to discussion items and reports. 7A, the superintendent's report. Is there a separate superintendent report, or am I going to selecting and reviewing? Okay, so number one, selecting and reviewing library materials.
Yes, and we have Ms. Gosh that's going to come up and give a brief presentation. Yes, I didn't see her, but there she is. So I know that lately you've been hearing a lot about library materials, and I know that Ms. Rodriguez served on a committee for that. So Ms. Gosh is going to walk us through some information for that.
Yes, I was just kind of waiting for things to calm down. I think we're ready. And we still have 4 board members up here, so we still have a quorum. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees and Dr. Ball. Tonight we would like to present to you information regarding the selection and review of our library materials for the district. So I will take you through our existing processes and then share with you some of the information that recently has come out concerning policy related to library materials and the selection of those materials. So to start off with, one of the main pieces of criteria that we utilize in terms of assessing for library materials does come directly from TEA. It provides guidance for us related to utilizing and examining our district curriculum and looking at the resources that we have available within our libraries related to district curriculum, as well as looking at student interest levels, where our students' interest is, as well as age appropriateness and the learning of the students and how we can support that, while also paying attention to the literary, the artistic, and the aesthetic quality of the library, as well as the books that we bring into the library. Being age and subject appropriate are also the considerations that are there provided by TEA, as well as books that have favorable reviews. So we'll talk specifically about what we do in terms of looking at reviews related to this criteria. As always, cost and must be balanced against need for the libraries, and libraries tend to be very independent in terms of how they are developed, and the state does give quite a bit of leeway to districts in managing their libraries so that their libraries match their community as well.
I think we're having some trouble with the sound, but I'm not sure.
They can't hear me online? Is that him or is that me just not talking in the microphone? Talk? Can you hear me now? Is it working?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Sorry about that.
No, I didn't know if they were talking to me or to you.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure, and I saw you were like, I wasn't sure which way to go with that. So again, back to the criteria provided by TEA, we also look at student and faculty relations in terms of having those conversations and making sure that our libraries are balanced in that, within those parameters provided by TEA. So in terms of our own collections that we look at as a district, one of the criteria that TEA provides to us has to do with our published reviews. Our librarians specifically within our collection examination, they look at the school library journal, the Hornbook reviews, the Kirkus reviews, the Publishers Weekly, and then Common Sense Media are some of the review sites that they actually use in terms of looking at the books that we bring into our libraries. They also use the state and national award lists, and those lists are curated each year by a committee of librarians that are brought together to select the books for under specific criteria. You may be familiar with some of the ones that you see, the Bluebonnet books, and some of those that have won awards in the past. We also look at the accuracy and relevancy, such as the currency of the material as well as the age of the material. So we try to look at the age appropriateness of that, and we, based on the accuracy and relevancy of the content against the information that is provided by TEA as well. We also look at the usage and how often the books within the library are checked out by students and how often those materials are read in terms of identifying should we maintain those or move those forward. Each year we do a yearly review. The item that our librarians use here is the Follett Title-Wise, and basically what Follett does with this is they provide an assessment or an overall assessment of your collection. They provide weeding recommendations as well as collection enhancements, and it's more or less a guideline of lining up with library standards in terms of stating how you can rotate through your library so that you're not updating every section every year and making sure that you're going through and maintaining those pieces. It also deals with the collection balancing as well as the cycle for improvement for our libraries. Which brings us to the constructs that we have within our library pieces for this. So part of this does have to do with the librarian qualifications in terms of selecting. So as I stated earlier, the state of Texas provides a lot of leeway in terms of how libraries are managed. So oftentimes they are managed directly by the board, and that is covered under our EF policy. And there's, I have it written down somewhere else, the other policy, but as well as the Texas, gosh, I have the letters and I've lost it in my brain. Based on the Texas State Library and Archives Commission, as well as the Texas Administrative Code, that was the acronym I couldn't remember, 13 related to this. But under the librarian qualifications, librarians are required to have been teachers in classrooms for a minimum of 2 years, and they also require them to have a master's degree in library science in order to go through and help make the selections and the recommendations for the collections within the library. Our district currently possesses a librarian at every one of our campuses. All of our librarians have a master's degree and are fully certified in the libraries, with the exception of 3 of our campuses. And at those 3 campuses, those librarians are currently enrolled in an active program and almost completed with their studies in library science. And our librarians that are sitting librarians that have had it for several years also mentor those folks as they go through, as well as the university systems that they are in to help support them on their campuses as well. We also have a process right now where we are starting to work with developing a survey that we can begin giving out district-wide to our students as well as our faculty on the campuses. There are some campuses that currently do this in order to look at how we can best enhance our collections on the campuses and determine whether or not we are meeting the needs of our students. However, we don't have a district-wide instrument for that. And that is one of the areas that we are looking to enhance this next year, is develop a district-wide instrument so that we can be sure that we are meeting the needs of our local communities and gathering that input, especially from our students, so that we know what are their interests and where can we enhance our collections on the campus in a better manner to help support our students. The final area here also has to do with the alignment of our state standards as well as the instructional materials to support the diversity and the learning of our students, as well as to promote the creation and sharing of knowledge amongst our students. So we often do various book programs on the campuses, book study programs, book reviews. For example, today they held a battle of the books at one of our campuses, so I'll be sharing more with you. So that happened today, and that was at Wagner High School. So they do promote that kind of enhanced reading so that students can go and compete and be part of that. We are also getting ready through the libraries to do author studies and book studies, and we will have a Write Across Judson ISD. I believe that is happening next Friday. So those are some of the things that we have in place. Now, in terms of challenged materials, which this is the area that is currently being discussed, and I'm sure it's one of the areas that you are inquiring about as well in terms of this presentation. We do have a procedure right now under EF Local, which actually falls under our instructional materials, which is where the library materials have always fallen. We do have a process and a procedure for a challenged material if a parent or a community member wanted or needed or felt the need to challenge any of the books in our library. To date, and speaking with our lead librarian, Ms. Thompson, we have not had any protests or any of those materials removed or requested or any of these happen within our library. We currently, the process, we do have an informal process where they can contact the principal and discuss if they have a concern. If there is a greater concern and the parent would like to have, or the community member would like to have that reviewed, there is a formal consideration form that you can fill out, and that process can then be reviewed by a committee that is developed by the campus to review of librarians and the campus committee to review those materials. And then, of course, if the parent is still not happy with that, there is a formal process that can then go forward to the superintendent, and within 30 days of the superintendent reviewing it, it would obviously come here to the board. So that process is already in place based on our existing policy. What is being recommended by TASB is that you can either keep your current policy, which would be to maintain EF Local, which would cover libraries under instructional materials. They are also saying that you could adopt a new policy called EF Local B, which would be a more detailed policy specifically related to library materials. They are also, you can do a split policy option, which would be to go to and adopt an EFA to address the selection and review of your instructional materials, and then have an EFB local alternative policy based on the selection and review of library materials, which would create a different process in terms of selecting materials for the library outside of what we are currently doing in our library systems. Are there any questions?
Ms. Pichelle.
Have we had any parents to challenge?
We have not. No, ma'am. We have not. And I will say that our librarians are very, they do pay attention. And I can say when we talk about age appropriateness and looking at the books, I can say the last couple of years, and I'll bring up one in particular, because most people are familiar with the Bluebonnet books. Mm-hmm. So I know in the last couple of years, there have been a few of the books that have come on the list for the Bluebonnet program. And in some cases, some of the libraries have opted to not bring in that year's section or to eliminate some of the books from that collection because they did not feel it was age appropriate, because those span for a larger grade level. And so if there may be a subject that might be appropriate for an 8th grader, but it may not be appropriate for a 5th grader, and so on.
I see Ms. Thompson sitting out there, and I just want to say hi. You're doing an excellent job with our libraries. Thank you.
I just wanted to comment. So as part of the Leadership TASB program that I've been participating in this year, we are in groups, and each group selected a topic to research over the course of the year and then report out on. And so the topic that my group chose was about library policy, challenged books and things, and across the different districts that we represent, we looked into our policies, and it was very interesting to see that it is fairly consistent across the state of Texas that the policy is that any community member, including faculty and staff, can challenge a book if they feel that there is merit behind that. And a couple of things that were very interesting to me was that this was true in I think all of the districts that were in my group, that the budget for library materials comes out of the campus budget. And so the principal determines how much money to allocate towards books. And that seemed very strange to me because it seemed like it could lead to very inequitable purchasing across the district, if that's not a priority. So I'm just curious. I did find that is how it is currently done in Judson, and was curious about that.
Yes, ma'am. It is the way that it is currently done at this time. I have been speaking with Mr. Adkins, so I will explain it a little bit in terms of the libraries being brought into technology over the last year. So we're making several changes. So even within the greater technology budget, we are bringing all of those funds that would normally be given to a campus, and we are bringing those into a district-wide technology budget so that all of the materials that are purchased related to technology are district-wide purchases, but they funnel through as if they come directly from our department, which it's not really a departmental budget, it's a district-wide budget. So we are looking at doing the same thing for the libraries. However, to do that, we do need to look at a per pupil amount because our campuses are different sizes. So, and we do the same thing with technology as well. However, with the district-wide budget, you have X number of teachers, X number of students, so therefore we purchase the items based on the number of teachers on the campus, the number of students. And so with the libraries, we would then come up, and I'm working with Mr. Adkins to develop a formula for how much we would spend per pupil within the library, and then funnel those funds, which would come directly through the technology department, and the librarians would work, and that would come through us to give that a more centralized process.
Ms. Eaton.
Thank you. So wouldn't that help to allow us to buy the books at a cheaper cost by it being funneled under your umbrella? Because we can buy in bulk?
Not necessarily.
No.
Simply because the campuses would still, the librarians would still need to purchase books that related directly to the collection, what they needed within their libraries, and they would follow many of the same rules that they currently do in terms of identifying the books that are needed once we weed aged out books or follow the Follett-Wise process. So it would be different for each one, so we wouldn't be, it's not a one-size-fits-all. With computers, absolutely, I can say, all teachers are getting this device and I can buy those in bulk and I get a reduced cost for that. When it comes to books, each library may need to fill their library with a different type of book, maybe a different collection. So it's not really going to change the pricing all that much. But it will provide
from elementary to elementary to elementary, each of those elementary school libraries will have different books?
They may not have the same needs, no ma'am.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. It just broadened my horizon of books I can read when I go to read to the students, so I'm good.
Absolutely.
Yes, Ms. Knoyer.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I knew we had a policy in place, and many of you were not here back when we had this same policy in place, but it wasn't followed correctly, and we had a big brouhaha over a book being read in an AP English class. I do also want to compliment our district librarians. In my experience working with them, they've been great partners to the educators on the campus. I've had a lot of assistance from librarians who were able to help me identify books that would enhance the curriculum that I was using. They went above and beyond to borrow books from other libraries through the interloan agreements that we have. And I know that they are always constantly evaluating, weeding, making lists of what we need. They reach out to the educators and even the students on the campus to ask, what are some books that we need to have here? What is it that you would like to see? So I really appreciate all their hard work. It's a great partnership.
We do have a great group of people working in our libraries, and Ms. Thompson is fantastic at leading that group. She holds staff development sessions for them and really works with them to try to make sure that we are following the guidelines and creating nice, interactive, and fun spaces for our students to come.
Are there any other questions or comments?
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Ms. Eaton.
I promise, Les. I'd like to just say thank you, ma'am. Before COVID, we used to get a book a month, and my grandkids, I'm not trying to get it again, but I'm just sharing my thank you and appreciation. My grandchildren loved it, and they were a little, taken aback. I had to start stopping by Walmart and picking up a book and saying, oh, they gave us this one tonight. But anyway, thank you for that book because they looked forward to it. Thank you.
I'll also thank Ms. Thompson, who gave some of her time to help me on the project and help me in the research for the project. And it reminds me that I should share the presentation with you that we came up with to see the perspective of other districts. So thank you very much.
I got to do this. I got to move this forward. Sorry. I'm new at this. Forgive me, y'all. All right. So our next item is item 7A2, Alamo Colleges presentation by Dr. Garcia, President of Northeast Lakeview College, and Dr. Anderson, Director of High School Programs.
Thank you. Wow, this is like the best board meeting to come. There was drama, there was excitement, there was crowds. I was like amazed. So good evening and congratulations, President Rodriguez, on your new title here. Superintendent Dr. Ball and the Judson membership. I serve as the president of Northeast Lakeview College, and our chancellor wanted us to come and sort of give a little just congratulations. I mean, y'all get to hear all the not so fun stuff, and so we wanted to give you an opportunity to say, here's some great things that you're doing. So I'm so happy to be here, and I really regret missing the Judson JECA graduation. That happened to be one of our board meetings that went till midnight, so I'm glad to see you guys are not going to be here that late. For the past years, I've come to know many of you. We've developed some relationships, and we've engaged on numerous events. We've had lots of conversations about how education opens up the doors for our students and gives them opportunities for upward mobility. And I wanted to just share a little bit about some of the data that we have on the partnership that we have with Judson ISD and the students that earn dual credit, early college, high school, and of course our Alamo Academies towards their post-education experience. And so tonight we wanted to share some of those success stories. So back in 2021, the school year, as a result of our partnership, we had over 1,328 Judson ISD students served through the Alamo Colleges. That's a lot, right? 700 of those students took classes in the fall, and 682 took classes in the spring semester. And while some of those are duplication in the fall and spring, but the Judson ISD students had an average of 75.5 passing rate with their dual credit courses. That is a great number. And that is really due to the kudos to the faculty and the staff, not only from the Alamo Colleges, but the high schools that have worked so hard. So you have a great, amazing staff. We've worked very well with them. We offer over 39 different courses. The seniors in 2021 on average earn 34.45 credit hours. That's a year and a half of college education. So that's a good sign, not only through the partnership that we've been so proud to have for the last 4 years. And we said, well, let's look at how many courses that they completed in the last 4 years. Your students received over 13,717 credit hours, which saved them $3,886,000. That's what your students saved. And so we wanted to let you know, because this is a great thing. It's like the best kept secret. And we're honored to be part of the Judson ISD, and we're excited about the upcoming new programs such as the P-TECH that you're all engaging with our sister college, St. Philip's College. And another partnership we wanted to highlight was our Alamo Promise with Judson ISD. There have been over 684 students that maybe didn't participate in dual credit, but graduated and moved on to the Alamo Promise. And so those students were Promise Scholars in the fall, and that saved them $4.1 million in tuition. So these are partnerships that we're very excited, and that's been with Judson and Wagner, and now Veterans Memorial is our first year. So we expect those numbers to continue to go up. And so we just thought we would just come by, and on behalf of Dr. Mike Flores, my sister presidents, Adina Lawson from St. Philip's, Robert Vela from San Antonio College, who all have relationships, as well as Northeast Lakeview College, we'd like to present Judson ISD with this certificate of appreciation, and we look forward to building our continued success for our partnership. So see, now you all get a prize. So that's all I had for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You have a good evening.
Mr. Macias has a question or comment?
Yes, I have a question.
I got
It's a very hard one. I'm going to put you on the spot. So next Judson Steel game, you're going to be on the Judson sideline?
I don't know. You can invite me to throw the coin
We're
toss?
going to invite you. Dr. Ball, make sure. Because I found her on the Steel sideline the last time, but they invited her. So
yes,
anyway,
we did.
Thank you so much.
We're inviting you first this time.
Okay, well, you invite me first, I will be there.
But in seriousness, the collaboration with Alamo Colleges and the Promise Program and all of the things you've mentioned have been phenomenal, and I see them continuing to do so going forward. So thank you for your leadership at your school. We appreciate you.
All right, well, you're welcome. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you get out of here before midnight.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 7B, Judson Education Foundation 2022 first quarter update.
Yes, so we have Lexi Greathouse who will share some information with us, and want to thank her for all her hard work for our event last night.
Oh,
it was beautiful. It was
Thank you.
It was
Thank
very
you.
much enjoyed.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to kind of give you guys an update about the first quarter from the foundation. I did present with you guys our current balances for our accounts and the allocations we have for grants for 2022. I do want to add in the student scholarships amount, we are actually adding an additional $25,000 going towards athletics coming up at the end of the month. So we can add that to the bottom of the total allocations for scholarships. The only fundraiser we've had in the first quarter.
I just want to add, it is not just athletics because it's also academics.
Academics,
and
yes,
athletics.
academics. It's the all-state academics athletes. Academic state athletes. The only fundraiser we've had in the first quarter is for the gala, and we see the income, expenses, and profits there for you guys. The upcoming events that we have kind of transpired since I turned this in. We had our scholarship squad on Monday, where we awarded all of our scholarships to our seniors. Our Circle of Excellence was last night. We're so proud of our top 10 students. And our golf tournament is coming up on June 13th, so if anyone would like to volunteer or play or provide business names who would like to sponsor any teams, please let me know. We still have some spots available for them. And at the bottom, you'll see our current investment account as well. So if anyone has any questions.
Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Kennard?
I just want to say that as the liaison from this board to the Jeff board, Ms. Greathouse has done an amazing job in thinking outside the box to make everything happen. The pandemic put a little crimp in our plans, and she just rolled with the punches and kept things going. We have added events to celebrate our educators and our students, and I'm just really proud of the work the foundation has done under her lead. So thank you, Ms. Greathouse.
Thank you. It's my honor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Last night was great.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Greathouse.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 7C, Statement of Impact submitted by University of Texas University Charter School.
Yes, ma'am, that's just the standard information that we put out when we receive those notifications.
I did have a question about this one because it made me curious. I haven't heard, I understood that they probably had a location in Austin, but I was curious if you've heard about where this is going to be located in San Antonio, or?
I have not.
Okay. Did you? It's a statement of impact, so every time a charter school is planning to perhaps have students from our district.
They're just casting a wider net.
Got it.
So I don't think they're changing location. There might be an expansion.
Okay.
The form actually says that they plan to add a campus in Converse.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Next, we have item 7D, update on board advisory committees. So we'll start with Ms. Knoyer.
Since we've been in fairly consistent budget meetings, we haven't had a finance committee workshop.
Mr. Macias?
Yeah, I'd ask that we have that canceled. So, but yeah, nothing right now.
Mr. Diaz?
Nothing to report.
Ms. Eaton?
These are ones that have passed, not coming up.
Correct, yeah. Okay. Ms. King?
Nothing to report at this time.
And Ms. Pichelle?
I'll have something to report at the June meeting for the Facilities and Operations Committee.
Thanks. I have unfortunately missed the last maybe 2 growth and planning committees as well due to work and/or training conflicts, but look forward to the one on Monday. All right. The next item is item 7E, update on board training conferences, events, and consider future agenda item requests by the board, by board members. I'll start with Ms. Knoyer again.
Nothing at this time.
Mr. Macias?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. That might also be unprecedented.
Yes,
Mr. Diaz?
Nothing at this time.
I get, so I'll speak for myself on E, but I don't remember if I've had another leadership TASB since the last time we had a board meeting, because I seem to have gone monthly. I might have, and it was the last one that I'll be attending. Then the final one where everybody graduates is SLI. In Fort Worth, which is in I think it's the 1st of July, but I will unfortunately be out of the country at that time, so they're still going to let me graduate, but I don't get to go to the ceremony. So thank you. Ms. Eaton.
I have SLI coming up.
Okay,
I'm signed
great.
up for
Ms. King.
And I'll be attending SLI in the summer as well.
And Ms. Pichelle.
I too will be going to SLI in June.
Great. All right. That is all we have for the discussion items and reports. So we're now going to move into closed session. In closed session, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Number 1, the Chief Equity and Diversity Officer. Item B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding potential legal issues related to COVID extended leave. Item 8C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to potential, anticipated, or pending construction litigation and construction issues. Item D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, deliberation regarding real property. Item E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding potential legal issues related to district procurement practices and purchases, bond practices and expenses, credit card purchases, and district-wide systems by staff, including central office administration, including superintendent. And item F, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. The time is now 9:43, and we will be going into closed session.
This is my personal.
Although I could have offered this to somebody while y'all were in here.
All right, the board will now resume an open session. The first item, consider and take possible actions regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the personnel report as presented.
Would somebody like to?
Second.
Okay. We can proceed to vote. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to item 9B, consider and take possible action related to COVID extended leave.
I move we proceed as discussed in closed session.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We can proceed to vote. Give me a second. There we go. That item is passed 7-0. On C, consider and take possible legal action regarding legal issues related to potential, anticipated, or pending construction litigation and construction issues. No action on that item. D, consider and take possible action regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. This one was also no action. And E, consider and take possible action regarding potential legal issues related to district procurement practices and purchases. That's a lot of P's. Bond practices and expenses, credit card purchases, and district-wide systems by staff, including central office administration, including superintendent.
I move we authorize the board president and legal counsel to proceed as discussed in closed session.
Second?
Can proceed to vote. That motion has passed 7-0, and we have no action on letter F. This meeting is adjourned at 11:53.